Hello, everyone, and welcome back to X-Ranger. Before we begin, I thought it would be interesting if each of you could leave a comment indicating which part of the world you're joining us from. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and start our program. Something woke me up at 2:17 a.m. I know the exact time because I checked my watch the moment I jerked awake in my chair. The night shift at the Olympic National Park Observation Tower usually passed without incident. But not this time. I sat up straight, my neck stiff from dozing off. The tower's observation room was dark, except for the dim glow of my laptop's screensaver. I hadn't meant to fall asleep during my shift. It wasn't professional. But 12 hours of watching trees and monitoring weather conditions can do that to you. The sound came again, a crack of branches breaking, not the light snap of a deer passing through. These were heavy breaks, the kind that need serious weight behind them. I grabbed my binoculars from the desk. The full moon helped, casting enough light to see into the tree line about 200 meters from the tower. The pine branches swayed slightly in the light breeze. Nothing else moved. Another crack, closer this time. I adjusted the focus on my binoculars, scanning methodically from left to right. The breaking sound seemed to be moving in a consistent direction, parallel to the tree line. Whatever it was big. My first thought was bear. We'd had several black bear sightings that week, but black bears don't usually move in straight lines through dense forest. They meander, following food sources. This movement pattern was different, more purposeful. I reached for the radio on my belt, then stopped. What would I even report? Strange noises in the forest? I'd sound like a rookie. I needed something concrete before calling it in. The sound stopped. Complete silence fell over the forest. Even the usual night insects went quiet. I kept the binoculars pressed to my eyes, sweeping back and forth across the area where I'd last heard the noise. That's when I saw it. The figure emerged from behind a large Douglas fir. It moved on two legs. That registered first. Not a bear, not any known animal. The height was what hit me next. Using the trees as reference, I estimated at least 8 feet tall, maybe more. My hands started shaking. I forced them steady, keeping the binoculars locked on the figure. It moved with a smooth gait, not the awkward waddle of a bear on its hind legs. The arm length was proportional to the body, swinging naturally with each step. The entire body was covered in what appeared to be dark hair or fur. I needed my camera. The good one with the zoom lens was in my backpack, just 3 feet away. But I didn't dare lower the binoculars. The figure was doing something strange. It kept stopping every few yards, bending down in a smooth motion, and appearing to examine the ground. This went on for several minutes. Stop, bend, examine, move. The pattern repeated with an almost mechanical precision. The creature was clearly searching for something specific. My radio crackled to life. Tower 7, this is base. Check-in time. The sound was deafening in the quiet night. I fumbled for the radio, but by the time I looked back through the binoculars, the figure had vanished. Tower 7, please respond. Do you copy? My hands were shaking again as I keyed the radio. Tower 7 here. All clear. My voice cracked on the last word. Confirmed, Tower 7. Next check-in at 0400. I spent the next 20 minutes searching the area with the binoculars. Nothing moved. The forest remained silent. Finally, I got up the nerve to grab my camera. By then, it was pointless. Whatever I'd seen was long gone. The rest of my shift passed in tense alertness. Every small sound made me jump. I kept the binoculars close, scanning the tree line repeatedly, but the figure never returned. When sunrise came, I walked the perimeter of the tower. The ground was still wet from yesterday's rain. That's when I found them. Footprints, but not what I expected. The prints were clear in the soft mud. They showed a bare foot, but massive. I placed my boot next to one for scale. The print was easily twice the length of my size 11 boot. The impression was deep, suggesting immense weight. The stride length between prints was over 6 feet. I took photos of the prints and documented their location, but I didn't report them officially. Not yet. I needed time to process what I'd seen. Time to decide if I was ready for the questions, the skepticism, maybe even the ridicule. That night changed how I view the forest, changed how I do my job. I've been a ranger for 15 years. I know these woods, know the wildlife, the sounds, the patterns of nature. What I saw didn't fit any of that knowledge. The incident haunts me, but not in the way you might think. It's not fear that keeps me awake at night. It's curiosity, the methodical way it moved, the purposeful searching behavior, the clear intelligence behind its actions. Whatever I saw that night wasn't just some animal wandering through the woods. Since then, I've volunteered for extra night shifts in Tower 7. I keep my camera ready. The good one with the zoom lens stays on the desk, not in my backpack. I've heard the sound of heavy branches breaking a few more times, always at night, always following that same methodical pattern. But I haven't seen the figure again. Not clearly. Sometimes when the moon is full and the forest is quiet, I catch glimpses of movement among the trees. A shadow that's too tall, too deliberate in its movements. But it's never clear enough, never close enough for a photo. I've started keeping a detailed log. Times, locations, patterns of movement. The breaking branches usually start around 2 a.m. The creature, whatever it is, seems to prefer nights with full or near full moons. It always moves in straight lines, always stops to examine the ground every few yards. Last week I found something new. In an area where I'd heard the sounds the night before, I discovered several plants had been carefully uprooted, not torn up or dug out, but deliberately extracted with the roots intact. The holes left behind showed signs of careful excavation, not random digging. The plants were all of the same species, a type of wild tuber that's edible when cooked. This detail bothers me more than the footprints, more than the size of the creature, more than its bipedal stance. The selective harvesting of specific plants, done with apparent knowledge and care, suggests something beyond animal behavior, something that requires planning, learning, and the passing down of knowledge. I've started carrying a small notebook in my pocket. Every detail gets written down now. Weather conditions, moon phase, temperature, the exact times of any sounds or movements, the locations of any ground disturbance or plant harvesting. I'm building a pattern, piece by piece. The other rangers have noticed my increased attention to detail during my shifts. A few have asked questions. I keep my answers vague. Talk about wildlife monitoring and habitat studies. It's not exactly a lie. I am monitoring wildlife, just not any wildlife officially recognized by the Park Service. Sometimes I wonder if I should share my log with someone, a researcher maybe, or one of the wildlife biologists who visit the park. But then I remember the footprint photos stored on my phone. Remember how impossible they look, how any rational person would assume they're fake. So I keep watching, keep logging the details, keep hoping for another clear sighting. Yesterday, I found something new. In an area where I'd heard movement the night before, I discovered a series of broken branches arranged in an X pattern. The breaks were clean, deliberate. The branches had been carefully woven together, not just fallen that way. I added it to my log, took photos from multiple angles. The X pattern appeared again last night, in a different location, but with the same deliberate construction. It's too early to draw conclusions, but it feels like communication, like marking territory or leaving signs for others. Tonight is my next shift in Tower 7. The moon is full again. The weather report predicts clear skies. I've cleaned my camera lens, charged the battery, cleared the memory card. The binoculars are ready on the desk. My notebook is open to a fresh page. I'll stay awake tonight. No dozing off in my chair. Whatever is out there, whatever I saw that first night, it's not just passing through. It's living here, following patterns, showing intelligence, and sooner or later it will make another clear appearance. Until then, I watch, I document, I build my log of evidence, one detail at a time. The forest holds its secrets close, but patience and persistence reveal them eventually. That's what 15 years as a ranger has taught me. That, and sometimes the most incredible discoveries come when you're ready to accept that not everything fits into our neat categories of what should exist. The sun is setting now. Another night shift begins. The camera is ready. The binoculars are clean. My notebook is open. And somewhere out there, in the deep woods of Olympic National Park, something moves with purpose through the trees, following patterns we're only beginning to understand. I check my watch. 8:45 p.m. The night ahead is long, but I'm ready. Ready to watch. Ready to document. Ready to learn. Because whatever I saw that first night at 2:17 a.m., whatever left those massive footprints in the mud, it's still out there. And sooner or later, I'll see it again. This time, I'll be ready. I wouldn't be writing this report if I had any other explanation for what happened during my night shift at Olympic National Park on October 12, 2023. I'm a park ranger with 15 years of experience. I know every animal in these woods. I know their sounds, their tracks, their behavior patterns. What I encountered that night doesn't match anything in our wildlife database. My name is Thaddeus McKinnon. I work the night shift at the park's northern sector. The event started at 11:42 p.m. I remember checking my watch when I first heard the sounds. I was doing my regular patrol route. The temperature was 48 degrees Fahrenheit, light wind from the northwest, quarter moon, partial cloud cover. Normal night conditions for October. The first thing that caught my attention was the silence. Complete silence. No crickets, no owls, no small animals moving through the underbrush. In 15 years, I'd never heard the forest this quiet. I stopped walking. My boots had been crunching on the gravel path. The silence made the sound seem too loud. I switched off my flashlight. I stood still. I waited. The breaking branch sound came from my left, about 50 yards into the trees. It wasn't a small crack. It was the sound of thick wood snapping. Something big was moving through the forest. My first thought was bear. We get black bears in this area, but bears move differently. They crash through brush. They don't care about being quiet. This thing was moving carefully, deliberately. The sound patterns were wrong for a bear. I kept my flashlight off. I could see better without it. My eyes had adjusted to the dark. The quarter moon provided enough light to make out basic shapes through the trees. The next sound was footsteps, heavy footsteps. They were slow and evenly spaced. The pattern was bipedal, 2 legs, like a human walking, but the impacts were too heavy for a human. Each step made a distinct thud that I could feel through the ground. The footsteps moved parallel to my position. Whatever it was staying just inside the tree line, just far enough in that I couldn't get a clear view, but I could see branches moving, treetops swaying. This thing was tall. My hand went to my radio. Protocol says to report any unusual wildlife activity. But I waited. The footsteps were getting closer to a small clearing ahead. If the creature maintained its current path, it would have to cross that open space. I crouched down, made myself small. The adrenaline was starting to hit. My heart rate increased. My palms got sweaty on the flashlight, but my training kept me still, kept me quiet. I waited. The smell hit me first. Strong, musky, like wet dog fur mixed with something else, something I'd never smelled before. The odor got stronger as the footsteps approached the clearing. That's when I saw it. The figure stepped into the gap between the trees. It was big. much bigger than a human. My estimate is 8 feet tall, maybe taller. The moonlight wasn't bright enough to see details, but I could see the basic shape. It walked upright. 2 legs, 2 arms. But the proportions were wrong. The arms hung too low, the shoulders were too wide. The head sat directly on the shoulders, no visible neck. The entire body was covered in what looked like dark fur. I clicked my flashlight on. The beam caught the figure full in the side. For 2 seconds I got a clear view. The fur was dark brown, thick, matted in places. The muscles under the fur were massive, like a bodybuilder, but larger, more primitive. It turned its head toward the light. I saw the face in profile, flat nose, heavy brow ridge, dark eyes that reflected the flashlight beam. The head was cone-shaped, pointed at the top. Then it moved, fast, much faster than something that size should be able to move. 1 step took it back into the trees. The brush didn't slow it down. It moved through thick vegetation like it was walking through empty air. I heard it running away. The footsteps were faster now, but still that same bipedal pattern, still heavy enough to vibrate the ground. The sound faded into the distance within seconds. My hands were shaking when I reached for my radio. My mouth was dry. I had to swallow twice before I could speak. I reported an unusual wildlife sighting. I kept the details minimal, just the basic facts: time, location, direction of travel. I didn't move for 10 minutes. I kept my flashlight trained on the spot where it had disappeared. Nothing else moved. The forest stayed silent. When I finally stepped forward, my legs felt weak. The adrenaline crash was hitting. But I had to document the scene. That's protocol. I pulled out my digital camera. The ground was soft from recent rain. The tracks were clear. Single line of footprints, bipedal walking pattern. Each print was 18 inches long, 8 inches wide at the ball of the foot. 5 distinct toe impressions. I photographed each print, placed my size 12 boot next to one for scale. The creature's print was almost twice as long as my boot. The impression was deep, at least 2 inches into the soil. That means heavy weight. My estimate is around 800 pounds. The stride length between prints was 72 inches. Normal human stride is 24 to 30 inches. These prints showed a natural walking gait, not someone in a costume taking exaggerated steps. The prints led away into the forest. I followed them for about 300 feet. They maintained the same depth and clarity, same stride length. Then they hit rocky ground and disappeared. I searched the area where I first saw the creature, found hair samples caught on a broken branch, thick, coarse hair, dark brown, 4 to 5 inches long. Not bear fur, not elk, not any animal hair I've ever seen. The smell lingered in the clearing, that same musky odor. It stayed strong for almost an hour. I've encountered every large animal in these woods. Bears, elk, moose. None of them leave a smell that strong or that long-lasting. I collected the hair samples, bagged them according to protocol, marked the GPS coordinates of the prints, took measurements, filled out the wildlife incident report form, did everything by the book. The rest of my shift was quiet. The normal forest sounds returned around 2 a.m. Crickets started chirping, owls called. Small animals moved in the underbrush. Everything went back to normal, but the prints were still there in the morning. The photos still showed what I saw. The hair samples were still in the evidence bag. This wasn't a trick of light or shadow. It wasn't my imagination. I've worked this job for 15 years. I know these woods. I know what lives here. What I saw that night was something else, something that shouldn't exist. But it does. The official report lists it as an unidentified large mammal sighting. That's all I could put in the paperwork. Anything else would sound crazy. But I know what I saw. It was intelligent, the way it moved, the way it stayed just out of clear sight until it had to cross the clearing, the way it reacted to the flashlight. This wasn't just an animal acting on instinct. It knew what it was doing. Since that night, I've found more prints in my patrol area, always at night, always in remote sections, the same 18-inch tracks, the same bipedal pattern, the same massive stride length. I've heard the sounds again too, heavy footsteps in the dark, branches breaking, sometimes strange vocalizations, low rumbling calls that don't match any known animal species. Other rangers have reported similar things, strange prints, unusual sounds, that distinctive musky smell. But nobody else has gotten as clear a view as I did that night. I stick to the facts when people ask. I tell them what I saw, what I measured, what I documented. I don't speculate. I don't make guesses about what it might have been. But I know one thing for certain. There's something out there in Olympic National Park that doesn't fit any known species. Something big, something intelligent, something that walks on two legs. The hair samples went to the lab. The results came back inconclusive. Unidentified primate species. That's what the report says. The DNA doesn't match any known animal. I still work the night shift. I still patrol the same routes. But I do things differently now. I pay more attention to the silence. I watch the tree line more carefully. I keep my flashlight ready. And sometimes on quiet nights when the moon is right, I catch glimpses of movement in the dark. Heavy footsteps, breaking branches, that musky smell, reminders that we don't know everything that lives in these woods. That's my report. Those are the facts as I experience them. Make of them what you will. But remember this, I'm a park ranger with 15 years of experience. I know what I saw that night, and it wasn't anything that's supposed to exist. End of report. Thaddeus McKinnon Park Ranger, Olympic National Park. It was a regular Tuesday night, one of those shifts that promised to be quiet. I remember the cold wind and the way it rustled the dry leaves. My patrol shift had started at sunset, the kind of patrol where you walk, check the borders, make sure no one's sneaking into the reserve to mess with the wildlife. I'd done it hundreds of times. This place, Thompson National Forest, was supposed to be familiar. I knew every corner, every sound. But that night, something felt different, and it didn't take long for things to go wrong. It all started with the prints. I was taking my usual route, going along the muddy trail that winds its way between dense trees, thick trunks rising like walls around me. The wind was picking up a bit, whispering through the branches. The light from my flashlight bounced with my steps, showing me the path ahead, and nothing more. I didn't expect to find anything, just a regular patrol. But halfway down the trail, the mud changed. The normal mess of deer tracks and boot prints faded out. That's when I saw them. Huge. Bigger than any bear print I'd ever seen out there, and I'd seen plenty. Not a regular animal. I kneeled, looked closer, traced my fingers around the edges of the mark. 5 toes, just like a person's, but each one thick, wide, and deep in the mud. I shivered. It didn't make sense, but it was there, and there was more than one. I stood and shone my light down the trail. The prints led straight down it, like something had been taking a stroll. Slowly, I felt the weight of the radio on my belt. I could call it in, but what would I even say? Giant footprints. It'd sound stupid. I decided to follow them. I thought maybe it was just some weird anomaly. A prank, maybe. I didn't feel scared. Not yet. I walked, following the trail of those prints. They led further into the woods, deeper into the parts where the underbrush gets thick and the darkness sets in like a blanket. The only sound was the crunch of my boots, the wind, and the occasional call of an owl in the distance. My flashlight beam moved left and right, cutting through the dark, lighting up tree trunks and fallen branches. The prints kept going. It wasn't until I heard the first snap that I realized something else was out there. A branch broke, sharp and sudden, like someone had stepped on it, Something heavy. I froze, every muscle tensing, and swung the flashlight toward the sound. Nothing. Just darkness. My breath hung in the cold air, a foggy cloud in front of my face. I waited, listening. Nothing. Silence. I took another step, trying to be quiet, straining my ears. I thought maybe it was just my imagination. I kept going. More prints. My boots were crunching through the leaves now, and the path had become uneven, climbing a little hill. I was sweating despite the cold. My breath was louder. My pulse thudded in my ears. I wanted to believe it was just a bear, something ordinary, but then I heard it again. Snap. Not close, but not far. It was moving. It wasn't trying to hide. Whatever it was, it didn't care that I knew it was there. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing up now. I wasn't alone, and I knew it. I kept walking. What else was I supposed to do? Turn around and run? Not yet. The trail went up, over the rise of the hill, and then started to dip down into a small clearing. The trees opened up, and I could see the stars for a moment, clear against the dark sky. And that's when I saw it. A shape on the other side of the clearing. Tall, taller than any man I'd ever seen, its outline half obscured by branches. My flashlight caught its edges, broad shoulders, long limbs. It moved, shifting slightly, as if it was watching me. My mouth went dry. I froze, and my heart pounded like a drum. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't anything I could recognize. It was standing on two legs, and it was watching me. I couldn't breathe. My flashlight shook as I kept it trained on the shape. My brain was screaming at me to move, to do something, but I was just standing there, staring. It was far, maybe 100 feet away, but even from that distance I could tell it was massive. My mind went blank. Just fear. Raw, simple fear. The thing turned. Slowly. It didn't rush, didn't bolt like an animal might. It just moved, stepping back into the darkness of the trees, disappearing from the beam of my flashlight. And then it was gone. I stood there for a moment, the cold seeping through my jacket. My legs felt weak, shaky. I finally managed to take a breath. My instinct was to follow it, to get a closer look, but my body wasn't having any of that. I took a step back, then another, eyes still on the edge of the clearing. My flashlight moved left and right, trying to catch another glimpse. Nothing. Just trees. I felt vulnerable out in the open like that. I turned and hurried back up the hill, the way I'd come. My breathing was too fast. My footsteps sounded too loud. Everything was wrong. The forest felt different now. Hostile. The kind of quiet that feels thick, almost like it's pressing in on you. I was moving as quickly as I could without breaking into a full run, the flashlight bobbing in front of me. I knew the trail, knew where I was headed, but every rustle, every shift of wind through the branches felt like it was something coming after me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, the flashlight beam bouncing off trunks and shadows, searching for movement. The prints. I had forgotten about the prints. They were still there, going in the direction I was moving, and for a moment I thought about turning back, about going off the trail. But that was worse. Off the trail meant I wouldn't be able to see where I was going. I had to stay on it. I just had to get out of the thickest part of the woods, back to where the trees thinned out and I could see the sky properly. I was almost there when I heard it again. The snap of a branch, this time closer. Not far behind me. I spun, the light sweeping across the darkness, and that's when I heard something else. A deep, low sound. Almost like a grunt. It was deep enough that I could feel it in my chest. I backed up, the light trembling in my hand, my other hand reaching for the radio on my belt. I fumbled for a second, then pulled it up to my mouth. I pressed the button, my voice coming out cracked, barely a whisper. "This is Trevor. I'm on the North Trail. Something's out here." Static. No response. I tried again. my eyes darting back and forth, searching the shadows. "Base, this is Trevor. Do you copy?" More static, and then a crackle of a voice. "Trevor, this is Base. Repeat. What's your location?" Relief flooded through me, but it was mixed with fear. I didn't want to take my eyes off the trail behind me. "I'm on the North Trail, near the big clearing. I think something's following me. It's big." A pause. Then the voice came back, more serious now. "Stay calm, Trevor. Can you describe it?" I swallowed hard, still stepping backward. My light moved back and forth, but there was nothing now, just darkness. "I don't know. It's tall, on 2 legs. It's watching me. I saw it near the clearing." Another pause, then, "All right, Trevor, start making your way back. We're sending someone to meet you. Just stay calm." I didn't need to be told twice. I turned, moving faster now, almost jogging. My breath was coming in sharp bursts, my ears straining for any sound behind me. The wind was picking up, rustling the branches, and I could barely hear my own footsteps over the noise. I kept the flashlight pointed ahead, my eyes darting to the edges of the beam, looking for movement. The minutes felt like hours. The trail twisted, turned, and finally I started to see the edges of the forest, thinning out. The trees weren't as thick here, and I could see patches of the sky between them. I was almost out. Almost there. My chest ached from the cold air and the panic. My legs burned, but I kept moving. I heard it again. Footsteps, heavy and deliberate, somewhere behind me. I didn't turn around this time, I just ran. My flashlight bounced wildly in front of me, the beam swinging back and forth. I could see the end of the trail now, where it opened up into the service road. The thought of reaching it pushed me forward, my heart pounding, my lungs screaming for air. I broke out of the tree line, stumbling onto the gravel of the road, and I stopped. I turned, breathing hard, the flashlight pointing back into the dark forest. Nothing. Just the trees, swaying in the wind. The footsteps had stopped. The forest was silent again. My radio crackled to life. "Trevor, do you copy? Are you out of the forest?" I took a shaky breath, raising the radio to my mouth. "Yeah, I'm out. I'm on the service road." My voice sounded distant, even to me. "Stay there. We're sending a vehicle to pick you up." I nodded, even though no one could see me. My hands were shaking. I lowered the flashlight, the beam pointing at the ground. I could feel the cold air biting at my face, my fingers numb. I didn't take my eyes off the tree line. I just stood there, waiting, watching. It wasn't long before I saw headlights in the distance, bouncing along the gravel road, coming toward me. I stayed where I was, the light from my flashlight flickering a bit as my hand trembled. The vehicle pulled up, and I saw Joe, one of the other rangers, jump out. He looked at me, his face serious. "You all right, Trevor?" he asked, his eyes scanning the forest behind me. I nodded, even though I wasn't sure if I was. "Yeah, I think so. I saw something. It was big." Joe's expression didn't change. He just nodded. "Let's get you back to base." I climbed into the truck, my body finally starting to relax a little as the door closed behind me. Joe got in, and we started down the road, the headlights cutting through the dark. I looked out the window, back at the forest, the trees slipping away behind us. I didn't see anything, but I could still feel it. The feeling of being watched, of something out there, just beyond the light. Joe didn't say much on the ride back, and I didn't feel like talking. My mind was still racing, replaying everything that had happened. The prints, the shape in the clearing, the sound of those footsteps, heavy and deliberate. I couldn't make sense of it. I didn't want to. I just wanted to get back, to be somewhere with walls, with lights, with other people. When we finally pulled into the base, I felt like I could breathe again. The building was lit up, warm light spilling out onto the gravel lot. I got out of the truck, my legs still shaky, and followed Joe inside. A couple of the other rangers were there, their faces serious, watching as I came in. "You all right, Trevor?" one of them asked, and I just nodded. "Yeah, I just need to sit down." I made my way to one of the chairs, dropping into it, my head in my hands. The room was quiet, the only sound the hum of the heater in the corner. I could feel everyone's eyes on me, but I didn't look up. I just sat there, trying to calm my breathing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Joe spoke up, his voice low. "We're going to head out there, take a look around, see if we can find anything." I looked up at that, my stomach tightening. "Be careful. Whatever it wasn't scared of me." Joe nodded, his face serious. "We will. Don't worry." He gave me a pat on the shoulder, then turned to the others. They started gearing up, getting flashlights, radios, checking their equipment. I watched them, a part of me wanting to go with them, but another part, maybe the smarter part, wanting to stay right where I was. They headed out, and the door closed behind them, leaving me alone in the quiet room. I leaned back in the chair, my eyes closing for a moment. The adrenaline was starting to fade, leaving me exhausted. My hands were still trembling, and I clenched them into fists, trying to steady them. I didn't know what I had seen out there. I didn't know if I even wanted to know. But one thing was for sure. I wasn't going to forget it. Not that night. Not ever. I should have listened to my gut that morning. 20 years of wildlife photography had taught me to trust my instincts. But the light was perfect, and I needed those dawn shots for my magazine deadline. I arrived at the location at 4:30 a.m. The sky was just beginning to lighten on the horizon. The air felt crisp, typical for September in the Cascades. I parked my Jeep at the end of the logging road and checked my gear one final time. 2 camera bodies, 3 lenses, tripod, emergency beacon, bear spray, water, protein bars, basic first aid kit, everything secure in my backpack. I'd done this hundreds of times before. The routine was automatic. The hike to my chosen spot took 40 minutes. I knew this stretch of the mountains well, had photographed here dozens of times over the years. The trail wound through old-growth forest, mostly Douglas fir and western red cedar. Perfect backdrop for wildlife shots. I reached my location just as the first real light began filtering through the canopy. A small clearing on a gentle slope facing east. Good sight lines in all directions. Plenty of natural cover where I could set up without disturbing any wildlife. The first warning sign came as I was setting up my tripod. A smell hit me, strong, like rotting vegetation mixed with something else. Something musky, not bear, not elk, not anything I recognized from 2 decades of wildlife photography. I paused, scanning the tree line. Nothing moved. The forest was quiet. Too quiet. No bird calls, no squirrel chatters, just the slight rustle of leaves in the morning breeze. My hands felt sweaty on the tripod legs. I told myself it was nothing, probably just some dead animal nearby. But 20 years of instinct screamed otherwise. This smell was different. Wrong somehow. I finished setting up anyway. The light was getting better by the minute. Perfect golden hour conditions approaching. I mounted my main camera body with the 70-200mm lens, good for wildlife at medium range. The second warning came at 5:47 a.m. I know the exact time because I was checking my light meter. A sound echoed through the trees. Crack, crack, crack. Rhythmic, deliberate, like something very heavy walking with slow, measured steps. I swung the camera toward the sound. Nothing visible yet, just the steady cracking of branches. Whatever it was big. Each snap sounded like a small tree being broken. The steps moved in a straight line, parallel to my position. Not like a bear's meandering path, not like an elk's careful progress. This was purposeful movement, directed, intelligent. My heart pounded against my ribs. Sweat ran down my back despite the morning chill. I kept the camera pointed toward the sounds, finger on the shutter release. If something was going to appear, I was going to get the shot. The breaking sound stopped. Complete silence fell over the clearing. I held my breath, listening. Nothing. Just the wild hammering of my pulse in my ears. Then I saw the movement, not where the sounds had been coming from. Behind me, to my left. Something massive moved between two ancient cedars. My fingers tensed on the camera, but I couldn't turn fast enough. Just a glimpse, a dark shape, huge, walking upright, then gone behind the next tree. I swung the camera around, trying to track it. My hands shook. The viewfinder image bounced wildly. More breaking sounds. Closer now, coming from multiple directions, like something was circling my position. My chest felt tight. Each breath came in short gasps. The smell grew stronger. That rotting, musky odor filled the clearing. I needed to move, to leave, now. But my legs wouldn't respond. I stood frozen behind my tripod, camera pointed uselessly at the trees. The golden light I'd come for was spreading across the clearing, creating deep shadows between the trunks. Movement again, this time to my right. Deliberate, slow. A massive figure stepped partially out from behind a Douglas fir, 8 feet tall at least, covered in dark hair, walking upright with a smooth, natural gait. My finger pressed the shutter release. Nothing happened. The camera was off. When had I turned it off? I never turn it off during a shoot. My hands fumbled for the power switch. The figure moved again. 1 step, 2. Branches snapped under its weight. I finally got the camera on, raised it to my eye. Empty forest in the viewfinder. Where? Where had it gone? More sounds behind me. I spun around. Nothing. Just trees and shadows. But the breaking branches continued. All around now, like I was surrounded. The smell became overwhelming. My eyes watered. My gear. I had to pack up. Had to leave. Now. My hands shook as I tried to collapse the tripod legs. The locking mechanism stuck. I yanked harder. The whole thing clattered to the ground. The sounds stopped. Complete silence again. I abandoned the tripod, grabbed my backpack. The breaking noises resumed, closer, much closer, coming from directly behind me now. I ran, sprinted down the trail, backpack bouncing against my spine. Branches whipped my face. I stumbled once, caught myself, kept running. The breaking sounds followed, steady, methodical, never gaining but never falling behind. My lungs burned, sweat soaked my shirt. But I didn't stop, couldn't stop. The sounds continued behind me, those slow, deliberate steps, breaking branches marking their progress. I reached the jeep in 15 minutes, a hike that had taken 40 minutes earlier. My hands shook so badly I dropped the keys twice before getting the door unlocked. The engine roared to life. I reversed hard, spun the vehicle around. The headlights swept across the trees, nothing visible in their beams. But the breaking sounds continued at the edge of the forest, still following that same steady pace. I drove too fast down the logging road. The jeep bounced and slid on the loose gravel. I didn't slow down until I hit pavement 20 minutes later. At the first cell signal, I called my editor, told her I wouldn't make the deadline, made up something about equipment failure. She wasn't happy, but it didn't matter. Nothing mattered except putting distance between myself and whatever I'd encountered in that clearing. I drove straight home. 2 hours, no stops. My hands didn't stop shaking until I was inside my apartment with the door locked. Later that day, I forced myself to review the morning's events, to write down every detail while it was still fresh. The smell, the sounds, the deliberate way it moved. The fact that it seemed to work in a coordinated way, surrounding my position. My tripod was still up there, and my 70-200mm lens. Good equipment, expensive equipment, but I wasn't going back for it. Not alone, not ever. A week later, I got an assignment to photograph mountain goats in the Olympics. Good money, easy terrain, perfect weather forecast. I turned it down, told my editor I was taking a break from wildlife work, focusing on urban photography for a while. She didn't understand. How could she? How could anyone understand unless they'd experienced what I had, unless they'd heard those methodical footsteps, smelled that overwhelming odor, seen that massive figure move with such purposeful intelligence? That was 6 months ago. I haven't gone back to wildlife photography, haven't set foot in the Cascades. The urban assignments pay less, but they let me sleep at night. Let me work without constantly looking over my shoulder. Sometimes, when I'm editing photos in my office, I catch myself listening for that sound, that deliberate crack of breaking branches. The smell memory hits me occasionally too, that rotting, musky odor that filled the clearing. I've thought about reporting what happened, considered contacting researchers or park authorities, but what would I tell them? That I saw something impossible? That I ran away without getting a single photo? That I abandoned thousands of dollars of equipment because of breaking branches and a bad smell? So I keep quiet. Keep taking city photos. Architecture, street scenes, anything with concrete and steel and lots of people around. No more dawn shoots in remote locations. No more waiting alone in the wilderness for the perfect light. But I know what I saw that morning, know what I heard, what I smelled. 20 years of wildlife photography taught me to trust my senses, to recognize when something isn't right. What I encountered in the Cascades that morning wasn't a bear, wasn't any known animal. The logical part of my brain tries to explain it away, tries to find rational explanations for what happened. But then I remember the way it moved, the coordination of its actions, the intelligence behind its movements, and I know that something else is out there, something that walks upright through the old-growth forests, something that hunts with purpose and planning, something that knows how to remain hidden despite its massive size. Yesterday, I got another call from my editor, another wildlife assignment. Good money, simple shoot, just deer at sunrise in a public park outside the city. Easy work, safe location. I turned it down. Some knowledge changes you forever. Some experiences can't be forgotten or explained away. What I encountered that morning in the Cascades shifted my understanding of what exists in our world, shifted it in ways I'm still trying to process. So I stick to city shoots now, to places with streetlights and traffic and people, places where the only sounds are car horns and construction, places where nothing breaks branches with methodical, purposeful steps. But sometimes, late at night, I find myself looking at maps of the Cascades, looking at that spot where my tripod still stands in the clearing, wondering if it's still there, wondering if something collected it, recognized it as a human tool, wondering what else those forests hide in their shadows. I won't go back to find out. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some mysteries should remain in the dawn shadows of mountain forests, where something huge walks upright through the trees, breaking branches with slow, deliberate steps. I need to be clear about something. I'm not some amateur with a smartphone camera. I'm Yuki Tanaka, professional nature photographer for National Geographic and BBC Wildlife. 20 years of experience, multiple awards. I know how to document wildlife. I know how to verify scale and distance. What I captured that morning in the Cascade Mountains wasn't a bear. It wasn't a misidentified elk. It wasn't a shadow or a trick of light. I have the audio recordings. I have the photos. They show something else entirely. It happened on September 15th, 2023. I was setting up for a dawn shoot. My location was a ridge in the North Cascades, elevation 6,200 feet. I arrived at 4:30 a.m. to set up my equipment before sunrise. The temperature was 42 degrees Fahrenheit. No wind, clear sky. Perfect conditions for dawn photography. I had my full professional kit, Canon EOS 1DX Mark III, 600mm telephoto lens, tripod, and professional audio recording equipment. I always record audio during wildlife shoots. Animals make sounds before they become visible. The audio helps me prepare for shots. That morning, my equipment picked up something I'd never heard before. The first sounds came at 5:12 a.m. Deep, resonant vocalizations, low frequency, long duration. The audio analysis later showed frequencies between 15 and 35 Hz, lower than any known primate vocalizations. I adjusted my microphone direction. The sounds were coming from the valley below my position, approximately 800 yards distance based on audio delay. The vocalizations continued for 6 minutes, 12 seconds. The pattern wasn't random. There was structure, rhythm. 3 long calls, pause, 2 short calls, pause. This sequence repeated 7 times, each call identical in duration and frequency. This wasn't animal noise. This was communication. My hands were steady on the camera. I'm used to waiting. Wildlife photography is 90% patience, but my heart was beating faster. These sounds were new, different, wrong for this environment. First light hit the valley at 5:32 a.m. I had perfect visibility through my telephoto lens. The morning air was crystal clear. No fog, no distortion. That's when I saw it. The figure emerged from the tree line on the opposite slope. It moved uphill in a straight line, walking upright. 2 legs, bipedal gait, but the size was impossible. I used the trees for scale. The Douglas firs in that area are measured and marked. Standard height 120 feet. The figure was 1/50th the tree height. Simple math. That puts it at 2.4 meters tall, almost 8 feet. No known animal in the Cascades walks upright at that height. I started shooting photos. Continuous mode. High speed. My camera can take 16 frames per second. I shot 847 images over the next 53 seconds. The memory card preserved every detail. The subject moved with purpose, steady pace, long stride. The gait was smooth, natural, not like a person in a costume. The arm swing was natural. The head movement was natural. Everything about the motion indicated this was a real living creature. The fur was dark, dense, not black, but deep brown. It covered the entire body. No clothes, no equipment, just fur. The muscles were visible under the fur, massive shoulder structure, powerful legs, built for mountain terrain. I kept shooting as it moved upslope. The figure never looked in my direction. It was focused on something ahead, moving with clear intention. This wasn't random animal wandering. This was deliberate travel. The scale calculations are solid. I used 3 different reference points: the marked trees, a known distance boulder field, the angle of view from my position. All 3 measurements agree: 2.4 meters tall, roughly 180 kilograms of mass based on proportions. It disappeared into the trees at 5:35 a.m. Total observation time, 3 minutes, 12 seconds. I have 847 high-resolution photos. I have 6 minutes of audio recording. I have the metadata from every shot, including exact time, exposure, and lens settings. My hands were shaking when I lowered the camera, not from fear, from adrenaline, from knowing I had just documented something unprecedented, something that wasn't supposed to exist. I stayed in position until full daylight. 6:45 a.m. Then I packed my gear and hiked down to the valley. I'm a professional. I needed ground evidence to support my photos. The tracks were there. Clear impressions in the soft ground between rocks. 17 inches long, 7 inches wide, 5 toes. Classic primate foot structure, but massive scale. I photographed each print with measurement references. The stride length was consistent, 78 inches between prints. The depth of the impressions indicated significant weight. The pattern showed natural foot movement, roll from heel to toe. These weren't fake prints. This was something large, heavy, and alive. I found hair samples, caught on tree bark and branches along the path. Coarse, thick strands, 4 to 5 inches long, dark brown. Lab tests later showed primate DNA markers, but no match to known species. The ground around the prints showed signs of regular traffic, broken branches at consistent heights, scuff marks on trees, signs that this route was used repeatedly. This wasn't a one-time passage. This was an established trail. I spent 6 hours documenting the site, shot over 2,000 ground-level photos, collected hair samples, took plaster casts of the best prints, marked GPS coordinates, built a complete evidence record. That afternoon, I sent the data to 3 different wildlife biology labs. I'm a professional. I understand chain of evidence. Everything was properly documented, tagged, and verified. The lab reports came back with consistent results. The hair samples showed unknown primate DNA markers. The foot impressions matched no known species. The audio frequencies were unique. No matches in any wildlife database. I submitted my photos to forensic image analysts, experts in wildlife photography, people who can spot fakes and hoaxes. Their reports were unanimous. No evidence of manipulation, no signs of costume or props. The photos showed a real, living creature. The proportions were wrong for a human in a suit. The muscle movement under the fur was natural. The joint articulation was natural. The stride length and gait pattern were natural. Everything about the subject indicated genuine biological movement. The audio analysis revealed more details. The vocalizations showed complexity, pattern, structure. The frequency range and duration were consistent with vocal cord production, not electronic or artificial sound. I've spent 20 years photographing wildlife, bears, gorillas, big cats. I know how animals move. I know how fur looks on a living creature. I know how muscles work under skin. What I photographed that morning was real. The location data is solid. The weather conditions were perfect. The equipment was professional grade. The documentation is complete. Everything about this observation meets scientific standards for evidence. But here's what bothers me most: the purpose, the intention. The subject wasn't just wandering, it was traveling, using an established route, following a schedule, moving with clear destination and purpose. The vocalizations weren't random noise, they were communication, structured, repeated, precise. The same pattern, 7 times. That indicates intelligence, planning, social organization. I've gone back to that ridge 6 times since then. Same time of day, same conditions. I've heard the vocalizations twice more, seen the figure once more, always following the same route, always moving with purpose. Other photographers have reported similar sightings in the area, always at dawn, always moving upslope, always following the same general path. This isn't random. This is a pattern. The scientific community doesn't want to discuss it. My photos are filed away as unexplained wildlife observations. The audio recordings are labeled unidentified biological sounds. The DNA results are marked inconclusive. But I know what I documented. I have the evidence, the photos, the audio, the physical samples, everything a scientific observer could want. Everything needed to prove something unknown lives in those mountains. I still work as a wildlife photographer. I still spend my dawns on mountain ridges. But now I pay more attention to those deep sounds in the valleys. I watch the slopes more carefully. I keep my camera ready. Because here's the truth. There's something intelligent living in the Cascade Mountains. Something that walks upright. Something that communicates. Something that follows patterns and routes. something that knows these mountains better than we do. I have the proof. 847 high-resolution photos, 6 minutes of structured vocalizations, hair samples with unknown DNA, footprints that don't match any known species, evidence that would prove any other wildlife discovery. But this isn't any other discovery. This is something that challenges everything we think we know about North American wildlife. Something that suggests we're not alone in these mountains. Something that shows intelligence, purpose, and organization. That's my report. Those are my observations. Professional grade equipment, perfect conditions, complete documentation. Make your own conclusions. But remember, I'm not some amateur with a smartphone. I'm a professional wildlife photographer with 20 years of experience, and I know what I saw that morning. End report. Yuki Tanaka, wildlife photographer, National Geographic contributor. The sun had already dipped below the ridgeline by the time I realized how quiet it had gotten. I was deep on the trail, a solid 2-hour hike from the nearest road, and the kind of quiet that had settled around me didn't feel normal. Usually, even at dusk, you could hear things. Birds, wind, maybe some small animals scurrying in the underbrush. But there was nothing, just the soft crunch of my boots on the dirt path, the steady, rhythmic sound that was suddenly the only noise out there. And that's when I noticed something else, another set of footsteps. They weren't mine. I stopped, almost automatically, mid-step, and strained my ears, listening. For a moment, there was just silence again. The trail ahead of me dipped and curved through the thick woods, the darkness already pooling in the shadows between the trees. I shook my head, trying to shake off the chill that had settled in my bones, and took another step forward. Crunch. There it was again. Another crunch, almost perfectly timed with mine, but just a split second off. My breath caught. I turned quickly, my eyes searching the forest behind me. It was getting hard to see, and the trees looked like a mass of dark shapes. I scanned them, my heart starting to pound. Nothing. Just empty woods, as far as I could see. I tried to tell myself it was an echo, maybe a deer, maybe some other hiker on the trail, but that didn't feel right. I hadn't seen anyone all day, not since I set out from the parking lot at dawn. I swallowed, feeling my throat tighten, and turned back toward the path ahead. It was getting darker, and I still had a good way to go before I reached the campsite where I planned to spend the night. I had to keep moving. I started walking again, my steps slower, more deliberate, trying to make as little noise as possible. I listened hard, every step a sharp crunch that echoed in the silence. I made it about 20 paces before I heard it again. A footstep, not mine, behind me. My heart was thudding so hard now I could feel it in my throat. I glanced back again, my eyes searching the dark. The trees were thick, the underbrush casting long shadows across the trail. I couldn't see anything out of place, but I knew I wasn't alone. I picked up the pace, my steps quicker now, my breath coming in short bursts. The trail twisted, winding deeper into the woods, the trees pressing in on both sides. The air was cooler here, the kind of cold that sank into your skin. I tried to stay calm, tried to focus on the trail, but every few steps I'd hear it. The faint crunch of something moving behind me, always just out of sight. My mouth went dry. I reached down, my fingers fumbling with the zipper of my jacket pocket, pulling out my flashlight. It clicked on with a small beam, the light bouncing as I kept walking. I swung it behind me, the light cutting through the trees, illuminating nothing but shadows. I kept walking, faster now. My legs were starting to burn, but I pushed on, trying to put as much distance as I could between me and whatever was out there. The trail started to climb, a steep hill that took me up and away from the thickest part of the woods. I could see the sky through the branches, a deep, dark blue as the last bit of daylight faded. I kept moving, my breath coming in sharp gasps, my ears straining for any sound that wasn't me. The footsteps seemed to have stopped. Or maybe they were drowned out by the pounding of my own pulse in my ears. I didn't know. I just kept walking. At the top of the hill, the trees opened up slightly, and I could see the valley below, the darkness spreading out like a blanket. I paused for a second, catching my breath, the flashlight beam still bouncing in front of me. And that's when I heard it. A rustle, a branch snapping, not far behind me, back on the trail. I turned, my flashlight swinging around, the beam jittering as my hands shook. I could feel my stomach clenching, the cold sweat running down my back. There, in the dim light, I thought I saw something. A figure standing between the trees, too tall to be a person, too bulky. It was just a shape, a shadow, and as soon as I saw it, it moved. Fast, stepping back into the dark, out of the beam of my flashlight. I gasped, the air catching in my throat, and stumbled backward. My foot caught on a root, and I almost went down, my hands flailing, the flashlight tumbling from my grip. I heard it clatter against the rocks, the light spinning wildly before settling, pointing off into the trees. I scrambled for it, my fingers brushing against the cold metal, and I grabbed it, pulling it back up, my breath coming in quick, panicked gasps. I didn't see anything now, just trees, the dark shapes of trunks and branches swaying slightly in the wind. But I knew it was there. I could feel it. The way the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, the way my skin prickled. I turned and started down the hill, my steps quick, almost running now, my feet slipping on the loose dirt. I didn't care about the campsite anymore. I just wanted out, wanted to be somewhere with people, with lights, with anything other than the silence of the woods. I could feel the panic rising in my chest, my breath coming in short, sharp bursts. I stumbled again, catching myself on a tree, the rough bark scraping against my palms. The trail twisted, turning back on itself, and I could barely see now, the flashlight beam barely cutting through the darkness. I kept moving, half running, my heart pounding, my legs aching. I could hear something behind me, the rustle of branches, the snap of twigs. It was following me. I knew it. I hit the bottom of the hill, the trail leveling out, and I pushed myself harder, my feet pounding against the dirt. The trees were closing in again, the branches arching over the path like a tunnel. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, my chest tight, my whole body trembling. I didn't dare look back. I just kept moving, kept running. Then, up ahead, I saw it. A flicker of light. My heart leaped, and I pushed myself harder, my legs burning, the flashlight bouncing in front of me. As I got closer, I could see what it was. Another hiker, their headlamp bobbing as they walked, their silhouette just visible in the dim light. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice cracking, barely more than a gasp. "Hey! Wait!" The figure turned, the headlamp swinging around, and I could see their face now, an older man, his eyes wide, his expression confused. "Are you okay?" he called, his voice carrying through the dark. I stumbled to a stop in front of him, my breath coming in huge gulps, my hands on my knees. Something's out there," I managed to say, my voice shaking. "It's following me." The man frowned, looking past me, his headlamp beam sweeping across the trees. "What are you talking about?" I turned, my flashlight beam following his, both of us staring into the dark woods. Nothing. Just the rustle of leaves in the wind, the creak of branches. My whole body was trembling, my hands shaking so hard I could barely hold the flashlight steady. "I swear it was there," I said, my voice barely a whisper. The man looked at me, his expression softening slightly. "All right, come on," he said, his voice calm. "Let's get you back to the road. It's not far." I nodded, swallowing hard, the fear still tight in my chest. I fell into step beside him, my flashlight beam swinging back and forth, my eyes darting to the shadows on either side of the trail. We walked in silence, the man's headlamp lighting up the path ahead, the woods around us slowly getting darker as the last bit of daylight faded completely. I could still feel it, the weight of something out there, watching. Every now and then, I'd hear a rustle, a crack, and I'd glance back, my heart skipping a beat. But there was nothing, just shadows, just darkness. The man kept a steady pace, his footsteps sure and even, his headlamp bobbing with each step. He didn't say anything, just kept walking, and I was grateful for it. I didn't want to talk, didn't want to explain what I'd seen, what I'd heard. I just wanted to get out. Finally, after what felt like hours, I saw the road. The narrow ribbon of asphalt cutting through the woods, the dim glow of a streetlight just visible through the trees. My chest loosened slightly, the tightness easing, and I let out a shaky breath. "There it is," the man said, his voice steady. "You're going to be all right." I nodded, my eyes still scanning the trees, the shadows. We stepped out onto the road, the asphalt solid beneath my boots, and I turned, my flashlight beam sweeping across the tree line one last time. Nothing. Just the dark shapes of the trees, the branches swaying in the wind. The man turned to me, his face lit by the soft glow of his headlamp. "You gonna be okay from here?" I nodded again, swallowing hard. "Yeah, thanks." He gave me a small smile, then turned and started down the road, his headlamp bobbing until he disappeared around a bend. I stood there for a moment, the flashlight still pointed at the trees, my breath finally starting to slow. The fear was still there, deep in my chest, but it was fading. The road was empty, the forest silent. I took a deep breath, then turned and started walking, the flashlight beam bouncing in front of me. I didn't look back again. The rain had finally stopped when I found the prints. 3 days of constant drizzle had turned the valley floor into a field of mud. Perfect conditions for my rock sampling work. Terrible conditions for what happened next. I'd been in the valley for 4 days, collecting samples for a geological survey. Standard work, boring work really. Taking core samples, documenting soil composition, mapping rock formations. The kind of thing I'd done hundreds of times in my 15 years as a field geologist. That morning started like any other. I broke camp at 6 a.m., packed my sampling gear, checked my GPS coordinates. The target area was 2 miles north, deeper in the valley. The mud made walking difficult. Each step required careful placement to avoid sliding. The first set of prints stopped me cold, right there in the middle of my path. A single line of impressions in the mud, each one deeper than my arm could reach. I dropped my pack and pulled out my field ruler. 45 centimeters long, 20 centimeters wide at the ball of the foot. The stride length between prints measured just over 2 meters. I've documented plenty of animal tracks in my field journals. Bear prints, elk prints, moose prints. These weren't any of those. My hands shook as I took measurements. The prints showed clear anatomical details. 5 toes, pronounced arch, distinct heel, like a human foot, but massive. The depth of the impressions suggested immense weight. I calculated the pressure needed to create such deep prints in this soil composition. The numbers didn't make sense. I took photos, dozens of them, used my field ruler for scale in each shot. The line of prints stretched for 30 meters across the muddy ground before disappearing into a rocky area. I followed them, documenting each one. The pattern of weight distribution caught my attention first. The prints showed a clear bipedal gait, not the awkward tracks of a bear walking upright. These showed the natural heel-to-toe roll of a creature meant to walk on 2 legs. My scientific training fought with what I was seeing. The prints were fresh. The rain had stopped less than 6 hours ago. Whatever made these tracks had passed through recently, very recently. A sound echoed across the valley, a heavy thud, like a massive tree falling, then another, and another, regular intervals, moving away from my position. My chest tightened. The GPS unit slipped from my sweaty hands. I should have left then, should have packed up and hiked back to my truck. But professional habit took over. I pulled out my field notebook, started sketching the prints, taking detailed notes about soil compression, stride patterns, toe alignment. Another series of thuds, closer this time, coming from behind a stand of Douglas firs about 200 meters away. I gripped my pencil so hard it snapped. The sounds continued, steady, rhythmic, like footsteps, very heavy footsteps. Movement caught my eye, a flash of dark color between the trees. Something big, much bigger than a bear, moving upright, walking with smooth steps that matched the tempo of the thuds. My training screamed at me to document it. My instincts screamed at me to run. I compromised by fumbling for my camera with shaking hands. The lens cap wouldn't come off. My fingers felt numb. The figure emerged from behind the trees, 8 feet tall at least. Massive shoulders, covered in dark hair, walking upright with a natural fluid gait. My camera slipped from my grip, hit the mud with a wet splash. Time seemed to stop. The figure stood at the edge of the tree line, not moving, just watching. I could see steam rising from its body in the cool morning air. The smell hit me then, like wet fur and decay, strong enough to make my eyes water. We stared at each other across the muddy valley. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. The creature's head moved slightly, scanning the area around me. Then it made a sound, not a growl, not a roar, a low, rhythmic vocalization, almost like speech, but deeper than any human voice. The sound echoed off the valley walls. My legs started shaking. A response came from somewhere behind me, the same type of vocalization, then another from my left, another from my right, different pitches, different rhythms, like a conversation. I ran, abandoned my pack, my camera, my sampling gear. Just ran, splashing through the mud, slipping, falling, getting up, running again. The vocalizations continued behind me, all around me, getting closer. Something large moved through the trees parallel to my path. Dark shape, massive shoulders, 8 feet tall, running upright, moving faster than I could, much faster, but not pursuing directly, just pacing me. Another one appeared on my other side, same size, same fluid movement. They were herding me, directing my path. My lungs burned. Mud splattered my face. I couldn't see clearly, couldn't think clearly. The vocalizations changed pitch, became more urgent. The shapes in the trees adjusted their course, forced me to turn left, away from my planned escape route. I realized they were driving me deeper into the valley. Pure panic took over. I changed direction, sprinted right toward a steep slope. Not the way back to my truck, but away from where they were herding me. My boots slipped on the mud. I crawled up the incline on hands and knees. The shape stopped at the base of the slope, stood watching as I scrambled higher. The vocalizations continued, but seemed less urgent now, almost like they were communicating about my choice of direction. I reached the top of the slope, looked back down into the valley. 3 figures stood below, all identical in size and shape, all watching me with obvious intelligence, steam rising from their bodies in the cold air. One of them picked up my fallen pack, examined it carefully, turning it over in massive hands, then deliberately placed it at the base of a tree, not thrown, not torn apart, placed with purpose. The sound of a helicopter broke the silence. Search and rescue doing a practice run, scheduled for that morning. I'd read the notice at the ranger station. The 3 figures melted into the forest with shocking speed for their size. Gone before the helicopter crested the valley wall. I waited until the helicopter passed over twice before moving. My legs felt weak, shaky, I half ran, half stumbled along the ridgeline until I found a trail I recognized. Followed it back to my truck. The drive back to civilization passed in a blur. I checked into the first motel I found, sat in the shower fully clothed for an hour, trying to stop shaking, trying to process what I'd seen. 3 days later, I went back. Had to. My field equipment was expensive. The data I'd collected was important for the survey. I brought 2 other geologists with me, told them I'd fallen, lost my gear in the mud. We found my pack exactly where they'd placed it. Undamaged. Everything still inside. Even my camera still worked after drying out. But the memory card was blank. Every photo of the prints gone. The mud had dried in the summer heat. No sign remained of the tracks I'd measured so carefully. No evidence of the massive figures that had herded me through the valley. Nothing to prove what I'd seen. My colleagues searched the area, helping me look for my lost sampling tools. They found nothing unusual. No prints, no signs of disturbance. The valley looked completely normal. But it wasn't normal. I know what I saw that morning, know what I measured, know what I documented before my camera went into the mud. The numbers are burned into my memory. 45-centimeter prints, 2-meter stride length, compression depth indicating weight far beyond any known species. I finished the survey. Had to. My professional reputation depended on it. But I stayed in open areas, worked only during peak daylight hours, kept my truck within sprinting distance. The vocalizations haunted me, the way they used sound to coordinate their movements, to herd me away from their territory. The obvious intelligence behind their actions, the deliberate way they'd preserved my equipment. I've been back to Oregon many times since then. The work demands it, but I don't do solo surveys anymore. Don't venture into narrow valleys. Don't work in the rain when the ground is soft enough for prints. My field notes from that day show a gap, a missing hour where I wrote nothing, where I dropped my pencil and stood staring at something my scientific training couldn't explain, something that shouldn't exist, but clearly does. Yesterday, I received a new survey assignment, another valley in Oregon. Better pay than my usual jobs. The project manager mentioned unusual geological formations, unexplained patterns in the rock strata. I turned it down. Some discoveries aren't meant to be documented. Some evidence isn't meant to be collected. The creatures I encountered that morning showed clear intelligence, clear purpose. They could have caught me easily, could have done anything they wanted to me. Instead, they herded me away, protected their territory without causing harm, preserved my equipment, showed a level of sophistication that still shakes my understanding of what's possible. The scientific part of my mind wants to go back, to document, to collect evidence, to prove what I saw. But I remember the way they moved, the coordination of their actions, the obvious intelligence in their behavior. They don't want to be documented, don't want to be proven. They've survived this long by staying hidden, by choosing when and where to reveal themselves. So I stay away from narrow valleys now, from soft mud and rainy days. I do my geological work in open areas, with clear sight lines and easy escape routes. But sometimes, when I'm taking core samples or mapping rock formations, I catch myself listening for that sound, that deep, rhythmic vocalization that echoes off valley walls, listening for the heavy thuds of massive footsteps in soft earth. They're still out there, still walking the hidden valleys, still leaving 45-centimeter prints in rain-soaked mud, still coordinating their movements with those haunting vocalizations. And they're watching, always watching, choosing when to remain hidden and when to reveal themselves, deciding who gets to see them and who doesn't. I was allowed to see them that morning, allowed to measure their prints, allowed to witness their intelligence, but not allowed to document it, not allowed to prove it. Some discoveries have to remain undocumented. Some evidence has to stay hidden in the mud of narrow valleys, where massive figures walk upright through the trees, communicating in deep, rhythmic voices that echo off ancient rocks. I've spent 20 years camping alone in remote wilderness. I know every sound the forest makes at night. I know what bears sound like when they move. I know what elk sound like. I know what humans sound like. What happened at Mount Shasta wasn't any of those things. I need to get this down while it's still fresh in my mind. My name is Sven Eriksson. I'm an experienced backcountry camper. I was at Mount Shasta, Northern California. Elevation 7,500 feet, October 8th, 2023. This was my fourth solo trip to the area. I set up camp in a small clearing. Standard procedure: tent positioned with clear sight lines, food stored in a bear canister 100 meters downwind. Everything by the book. I've done this hundreds of times. The temperature dropped to 38 degrees Fahrenheit after sunset. Quarter moon, light cloud cover, light wind from the northeast, normal conditions for October at that elevation. I went to sleep at 10 p.m. My tent is a North Face VE25, 3-season, high visibility orange, good ventilation, clear acoustic properties. I can hear everything outside while I'm inside. The first sounds came at 3:17 a.m. I know the exact time. I checked my watch when I woke up. The footsteps were heavy, much heavier than a human, much heavier than a bear. The stride pattern was wrong for a bear. Bears have a 4-beat gait. These footsteps came in twos, left, right, bipedal, walking upright. But the impacts were too heavy for a human. I lay still in my sleeping bag. My heart was pounding. Sweat formed on my forehead despite the cold. The footsteps circled my tent. Slow, deliberate, 12 complete circles. I counted each one. The stride length was long. I could tell from the timing between steps. Much longer than a human stride. The creature was taking slow, massive steps. Each impact made the ground vibrate. I could see its shadow through the tent fabric. The moonlight made it visible. The figure was huge, at least 8 feet tall, wide shoulders, long arms. The proportions were all wrong for a human. The head shape was distinct, conical, no neck, set directly on the shoulders. The shadow showed hair or fur covering the entire body. The arms swung naturally with each step. This wasn't someone in a costume. The breathing was deep, rhythmic. Each exhale sent clouds of vapor past my tent in the cold air. I could smell its breath. Musty. Animal, but not like any animal I've encountered before. It stopped at the front of my tent, directly in front of the door. The shadow loomed over the entire tent. I could hear it sniffing, taking long, deep breaths, sampling the air. My hands were shaking. My mouth was dry. Every muscle in my body was tense, but I stayed quiet, stayed still. Years of wilderness experience told me to avoid any sudden movements. The creature stood there for 6 minutes. I counted every second. Then it turned and walked away. The footsteps moved toward my food storage location. The bear canister was secured properly, metal locks, bear-proof design. I heard impacts, something hitting the canister. Not random strikes, methodical, testing different angles. This wasn't an animal acting on instinct. This was problem-solving behavior. The sounds continued for 12 minutes, then a sharp crack, the sound of metal giving way. The bear canister was rated for 800 pounds of force. Whatever was out there just broke it open. I heard it going through my food. Organized movement, not frenzied feeding like a bear. Selective. Choosing specific items. I could hear packaging being carefully opened. My emergency radio was in my jacket pocket. My hand closed around it, but I waited. Moving now seemed dangerous. The creature was occupied with the food. Better to stay quiet. The feeding sounds lasted 20 minutes. Then the footsteps returned. They circled my tent again. 3 complete circles. Slower this time. More deliberate, like it was leaving a message. Then it moved away. The footsteps faded into the forest. The sound grew distant. Then silence. Complete silence. No insects, no nightbirds, nothing moving in the underbrush. The forest was dead quiet. I lay there for 2 hours, perfectly still, waiting, listening. The normal forest sounds didn't return. The silence was absolute. My watch showed 5:45 a.m. when I finally moved. First light was coming. Dawn grey through the tent fabric. My hands were stiff from gripping the radio. My clothes were soaked with sweat. My muscles ached from being tensed for so long. I unzipped the tent slowly. The sound seemed impossibly loud in the silence. I emerged into the grey morning light. The air was cold, 35 degrees Fahrenheit. My breath made clouds in front of my face. The ground around my tent showed the evidence. Footprints, clear impressions in the soft soil. Each print was 18 inches long, 8 inches wide at the ball of the foot, 5 distinct toes. The stride length between prints was 72 inches. The prints made a perfect circle around my tent, 12 circles overlapping, then 3 more circles on top. The depth of the impressions indicated massive weight. My estimate is close to 800 pounds based on soil compression. I followed the prints to my food storage location. The bear canister was destroyed. The metal was bent and twisted. The locking mechanism was completely broken. The damage pattern showed clear tool use, systematic application of force, not random animal damage. The food packages were scattered in a 20-foot radius, but not torn open, not shredded like bear damage. Each package was carefully opened along the seams. Some items were partially eaten, others were left untouched. Selective feeding. I collected samples from the prints, took photos with my phone, used my boot for scale, size 12 boot. The prints were almost twice as long. I measured everything, documented everything, standard wilderness protocol. The prints led away from the campsite, clear trail heading northwest, same stride length, same depth. I followed them for about 200 yards. They maintained perfect consistency. Then they disappeared into rocky ground. I found hair samples, caught on tree bark along the trail, dark brown, coarse, 4 to 5 inches long, not bear fur, not elk hair, not like anything I've seen in 20 years of wilderness experience. The smell lingered in the area, that same musty animal odor, strong enough to make my eyes water. It hung in the air for hours after the encounter. That's not normal. Animal scents dissipate quickly in open air. I packed up my camp, collected all the scattered food packages, documented the destroyed bear canister, photographed everything. 20 years of experience taught me to preserve evidence. The forest stayed quiet until noon. No bird sounds, no insect noise, no small animals moving in the undergrowth. Everything stayed hidden. Everything stayed quiet, like the whole forest was holding its breath. I hiked out and reported the incident to the park rangers, showed them the photos, showed them the hair samples, showed them the destroyed bear canister, filed a complete report. The official record lists it as a large wildlife encounter. That's the standard classification. But the rangers who saw the evidence knew it was something else. The footprints were too big. The stride length was too long. The damage to the bear canister was too systematic. I've gone back to Mount Shasta 6 times since then. Different campsites, different elevations. I've found more prints, more hair samples, more signs of intelligence. This wasn't a one-time encounter. The pattern is always the same. Nighttime activity, bipedal movement, tool use, selective feeding, systematic behavior. This isn't an animal acting on instinct. This is something else, something that thinks. The hair samples went to a lab. The DNA results came back inconclusive. Unknown primate species. That's what the report says. But we don't have any known primates that size in North America. Nothing that walks upright. Nothing that uses tools. I still camp alone in the wilderness. Still go to remote places. But I do things differently now. I listen more carefully at night. I watch the shadows more closely. I know there's something out there that isn't in any wildlife guide. That's my report. Those are the facts as I experience them. 20 years of wilderness experience tells me this wasn't a bear, wasn't an elk, wasn't a human. It was something else, something that walks on two legs, something that thinks, something that wants us to know it's there. End report. Sven Eriksson, Wilderness Guide, Mount Shasta Region. The fire was crackling, the warmth reaching out into the chill night air, and I remember thinking how perfect the evening was. Just me, Pierre, and the forest around us. The sky above was clear, scattered stars blinking back at us as we sat near the fire. We'd picked a spot deep in the woods, somewhere secluded, just far enough off the beaten path that we wouldn't have to worry about anyone else stumbling upon our camp. It was supposed to be a peaceful escape, a weekend in the quiet of nature, away from everything. Pierre had his guitar out, strumming lightly, the soft sound blending with the forest. I leaned back on my elbows, staring up at the sky, the cold earth beneath me barely noticeable. It felt right, being there, disconnected. It was quiet too, almost too quiet, but I didn't think much of it. The kind of quiet you get in a forest at night, where even the animals seem to settle down. Then there was a sound, a rustle from somewhere off in the trees, just beyond where the firelight faded into shadows. I turned my head, squinting into the darkness. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice low. Pierre looked up, his fingers pausing on the strings. He tilted his head, listening. There was a moment of silence, then he shrugged, his lips quirking up into a smile. "Probably just a raccoon," he said, his voice calm. I nodded, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling that had started creeping in. I turned my attention back to the fire, watching the flames dance and flicker, the wood popping as it burned. But I couldn't shake that feeling. Like something was out there, just beyond the edge of the light, watching. Pierre went back to strumming, humming softly to himself. I tried to relax, to let the music wash over me, but there was another noise. This time it was closer, a branch snapping, the sound echoing through the trees. I sat up straight, my eyes darting to the darkness. "Pierre," I said, my voice sharper now. He stopped playing, his fingers stilling on the strings. He frowned, his eyes following mine into the shadows. We both listened, the forest suddenly feeling too big, too dark. There was nothing for a long moment, just the sound of the fire, the gentle hiss and crackle. Then another snap, closer still. Pierre put the guitar down, his face serious now. He reached for the flashlight, clicking it on, the beam cutting through the darkness. He swept it across the trees, the light bouncing as his hand trembled slightly. The beam illuminated trunks, branches, the thick underbrush. Nothing moved. "See anything?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He shook his head, the light continuing to search. "Probably just an animal," he said. But there was an edge to his voice now, a tension that hadn't been there before. I stood, moving closer to him, my eyes scanning the dark, my ears straining for any sound. I could feel my heart starting to beat faster, a nervous energy settling in my chest. I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to stay calm, but there was something about the way the forest felt, like it was holding its breath, like we weren't alone. Pierre lowered the flashlight, turning to me, his eyes meeting mine. "Maybe we should just pack up and leave," he said. His voice was low, almost like he didn't want the forest to hear. I nodded, swallowing hard, my mouth suddenly dry. We started moving quickly, gathering our things, shoving them into our packs. The fire was still burning, casting long shadows around us, and every time a branch cracked or the wind rustled the leaves, I felt my chest tighten, my eyes darting to the darkness. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I heard another noise, this time from the other side of the clearing. It was louder, a thud, like something heavy had hit the ground. My head snapped up, my eyes going wide. Pierre froze, his pack half-zipped, his hand gripping the fabric. He turned, the flashlight beam jerking as he swept it across the clearing, and that's when we saw it. Just for a second, a shape moving between the trees. Tall, much taller than a person, and wide, covered in something dark, fur maybe. It moved quickly, disappearing behind a thick trunk, and then it was gone. The light caught it for just a heartbeat, but it was enough. Enough to see that whatever it wasn't human. "Pierre," I whispered, my voice trembling. My legs felt weak, my knees threatening to buckle. He didn't say anything, just grabbed my arm, his fingers tight on my skin. "We need to go," he said, his voice urgent now, the calmness gone. I nodded, my breath coming in quick, shallow gasps, my chest tight with fear. We threw the rest of our things into our packs, not caring if we were careful, just shoving everything in. I kept glancing up, my eyes darting to the trees, searching for any sign of movement. But the forest was dark, the shadows deep, and I couldn't see anything. Just the feeling that something was there, just out of sight, watching us. Pierre grabbed the water bottle, doused the fire quickly, the flames hissing and sputtering out. The darkness seemed to close in around us, the flashlight beam our only source of light now. He took my hand, pulling me toward the trail, his grip tight, almost painful. We started walking, our steps quick, almost running. The trail was narrow, winding through the trees, the darkness pressing in from all sides. The flashlight bounced with every step, the beam swinging wildly, and I kept glancing back, my heart pounding in my ears. I could hear Pierre's breathing, fast and ragged, and I knew he was just as scared as I was. Then there was another sound. Behind us, heavy footsteps, something moving through the underbrush, breaking branches as it came. My stomach dropped, and I felt my knees go weak. I turned, just for a second, the flashlight beam catching on something moving between the trees. It was big, bigger than any animal I knew, and it was following us. "Run!" Pierre said, his voice barely more than a gasp. He didn't wait for me to respond, just pulled me along, his grip tight, almost dragging me. We ran, our footsteps pounding against the dirt, the flashlight beam jerking and bouncing as we moved. I could hear it behind us, the heavy thud of footsteps, the sound of branches breaking. It was getting closer. My lungs burned, my legs aching as we ran, the trail twisting and turning, the darkness disorienting. I stumbled, my foot catching on a root, and I went down hard, the ground slamming into me, the breath knocked from my lungs. Pierre stopped, turning back, his eyes wide with panic. He reached down, grabbing my arm, pulling me to my feet. "Come on," he said, his voice frantic, and I could hear the fear in it, raw and real. I nodded, gasping for breath, my chest tight, my heart pounding. I forced myself to move, to run, even though every part of me wanted to collapse. We ran, the forest a blur around us, the sound of something following us, getting closer, the footsteps heavy, deliberate. I could feel the fear in every part of me, my hands shaking, my breath coming in short, sharp bursts. I didn't dare look back again. I didn't want to see how close it was. The trail started to climb, the ground rising beneath our feet, and I could see a light up ahead, the glimmer of the moon through the trees, the edge of the forest. We were close. I could feel Pierre's grip on my hand, pulling me forward, urging me on. We broke through the trees, stumbling out onto the gravel road that led back to the parking lot. The moonlight lit up the clearing, the car just visible down the road. I could feel tears in my eyes, the relief almost overwhelming. We ran, our footsteps crunching against the gravel, the car getting closer with every step. We reached it, Pierre fumbling with the keys, his hands shaking so badly he could barely get them into the lock. I kept looking back, my eyes scanning the tree line, my breath coming in gasps. I could still hear it, still hear the sound of something moving, the rustle of leaves, the heavy footsteps. Finally, Pierre got the door open, and we threw ourselves inside, slamming the doors shut, the locks clicking into place. He turned the key, the engine roaring to life, and he didn't wait. He hit the gas, the tires spinning in the gravel for a second before we lurched forward, speeding down the road, away from the forest. I looked back, my eyes searching the trees as they blurred past, but I couldn't see anything. Just darkness, just the deep, dark shadows of the woods. I turned back, my breath finally starting to slow, my chest aching. Pierre's hands were tight on the wheel, his knuckles white, his face set in a tense, terrified expression. We didn't speak, not for a long time. The road wound through the woods, the headlights cutting through the darkness, and I kept glancing back, my eyes searching for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, just the empty road, the darkness pressing in on either side. We didn't stop until we reached the nearest town, the lights of the buildings glowing in the distance, the road finally widening out into something that felt safe. Pierre pulled into a gas station, the bright lights of the pumps illuminating the car, and he put it in park, his hands finally letting go of the wheel. He turned to me, his eyes wide, his face pale. "You okay?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. I nodded, swallowing hard, my mouth still dry. "Yeah, I think so." My voice sounded distant, even to me. He nodded, letting out a shaky breath, his hands still trembling. He reached across the seat, taking my hand in his, squeezing it gently. "We're okay," he said, like he was trying to convince himself. I nodded again, my eyes still on the road, still expecting to see something coming out of the darkness. But there was nothing, just the empty road, the lights of the gas station, the faint hum of the engine. We sat there for a long time, neither of us saying anything, the fear still tight in my chest, the memory of those footsteps, those heavy, deliberate footsteps, echoing in my ears. I didn't know what we had seen, didn't know what had followed us, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going back, not to those woods, not ever. The breathing woke me first, heavy, rhythmic, right outside my tent. I lay perfectly still in my sleeping bag, eyes wide open in the darkness. This wasn't a bear. Bears don't breathe like that, don't stand in one place, breathing steadily, for minutes at a time. I'd made camp at 2,000 meters just before sunset, standard alpine setup, small tent, minimal gear, food stored properly in a bear canister 50 meters away, everything by the book. 15 years of mountain climbing had taught me the rules, had taught me how to stay safe at altitude. The breathing continued. In, out, deep, controlled breaths, like a runner after a long sprint. But whatever was making those sounds was much bigger than a human. The shadow it cast on my tent wall proved that. The full moon backlit the creature perfectly. Its silhouette towered over my tent, 8 feet tall at least, massive shoulders, long arms. The head seemed proportional to the body, not like a bear's blocky shape. My heart hammered against my ribs. I could hear my pulse in my ears. The air temperature inside the tent had dropped to near freezing, but sweat soaked my base layer. My hands gripped the sleeping bag so tight my fingers cramped. Something touched my tent. Not a paw, not claws. A hand. A massive hand with distinct fingers. I could see each digit press against the tent fabric, could see them flex and move with obvious intelligence and purpose. The creature walked slowly around my tent, each step deliberate, careful. The ground shook slightly with its weight. It stopped at each corner, reaching out to touch the tent material, testing, exploring. My satellite phone lay next to my sleeping bag. Emergency beacon clipped to my pack by the door. Standard safety gear. Useless if I couldn't reach them without making noise. The creature would hear any movement. It stood less than 2 feet from where I lay. More breathing. Closer now, right above my head. I could smell it through the tent fabric. Not the musty odor of a bear. Something different, like wet fur and dead leaves, strong enough to make my eyes water. A sound came from the woods. Another set of breathing, different pitch, higher up the slope. The creature outside my tent responded. Not a growl, not a roar, a low, rhythmic vocalization, almost like speech, but deeper than any human voice could produce. My equipment lay scattered around the campsite. Climbing gear, ropes, carabiners, food prep kit, everything needed for a 3-day alpine climb. I heard things being picked up, examined, set back down carefully. The creature moved to my bear canister, the sound of plastic scraping rock as it lifted the container. No claws scratching, no teeth gnawing, just the deliberate manipulation of an object with hands and fingers. More vocalizations from the slope. 3 distinct sources now, different pitches, different rhythms, like a conversation. The creature by my tent responded to each one. Complex sounds, patterns, clear communication. Something changed in the vocalizations, became more urgent. The creature set down my bear canister, not dropped, placed carefully back where it had been. Its shadow moved away from my tent, but others approached from the slope. I risked turning my head, slowly, silently. The moonlight through the tent wall showed 3 distinct shadows now, all the same size, all the same shape, standing upright, moving with purpose around my campsite. They worked methodically, examining every piece of equipment, every tool, every item I'd brought up the mountain, but nothing was damaged, nothing destroyed. They handled everything with obvious care and curiosity. One of them found my helmet camera, held it up to examine it in the moonlight. I could see the massive fingers turning it over carefully, testing the buttons, exploring its function. The shadow nearest my tent shifted, bent down. The smell grew stronger. A hand pressed against the tent wall again, right next to my face. The fabric dimpled under each massive finger. My bladder felt ready to burst. My mouth was completely dry. I couldn't feel my hands anymore, gripping the sleeping bag so tight. One wrong move, one sound. The creature's hand was inches from my head. A new sound cut through the night. The whine of an engine, a plane, high altitude, probably a red-eye flight to Seattle. The creatures reacted instantly. The vocalizations changed pitch, became sharp, urgent. They moved with shocking speed for their size. 3 massive shadows melting into the forest, gone in seconds. Complete silence fell over the campsite. Even the normal night sounds had stopped. I lay there for 2 hours, not moving, barely breathing. The moon crossed the sky. The temperature dropped further. Frost formed on the outside of my tent. Still I didn't move. Finally, my body forced the issue. I had to pee, had to move, had to do something. I unzipped my sleeping bag as slowly as possible. Each click of the zipper sounded impossibly loud in the silence. The tent door made a soft swish as I opened it. The cold air hit me like a slap. I crawled out on hands and knees, stood up slowly, looked around. My campsite looked almost normal. Almost. Every piece of equipment had been moved slightly, examined and replaced with careful precision. My bear canister sat exactly 50 meters from my tent, but now it faced a different direction. Massive footprints surrounded my tent. The rocky soil showed clear impressions, deeper than my arm could reach. Each print perfectly formed. 5 toes, pronounced arch, distinct heel, like a human foot, but huge. I found my helmet camera where they'd left it, placed carefully on a flat rock. The battery was dead. When I checked the footage later, everything from the past 12 hours had been erased. The rest of my gear was untouched, undamaged. Even my food remained sealed in the bear canister. They hadn't been interested in eating, hadn't been driven by hunger or aggression. They'd been curious, investigating. I broke camp at first light, packed faster than I ever had before. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow looked like a massive figure ready to step out of the trees. The hike down took half the time it should have. I didn't stop for breaks, didn't stop for water, just walked as fast as I safely could on tired legs and frayed nerves. The footprints followed my trail for the first kilometer, then vanished where the ground became harder. I reached my car just before noon, threw my gear in the trunk, sat behind the wheel shaking for 20 minutes before I could drive. The smell lingered in my clothes, that mix of wet fur and dead leaves. I could still smell it. 3 days later, I tried to write down what happened, to document everything I'd seen while it was still fresh in my memory. The way they moved, the coordination of their actions, the obvious intelligence they displayed. But something stopped me. Something about the way they'd handled my camera, the way they'd erased the footage. They didn't want to be documented, didn't want evidence of their existence preserved. I've been back to the mountains many times since then. The altitude calls to me, the challenge of the climb, the solitude of the peaks. But I don't camp at 2,000 meters anymore, don't sleep alone in small tents in remote locations. Yesterday, I got an invitation to join an expedition. Good money, interesting route, 3 weeks at high altitude, the kind of trip I used to love. I turned it down. Some encounters change you, shift your understanding of what exists in the world. What I experienced that night at 2,000 meters wasn't a bear, wasn't any known animal. Those creatures showed intelligence, purpose, curiosity. They could have hurt me easily, could have torn my tent apart, destroyed my equipment. Instead, they investigated, learned, communicated, showed a level of sophistication that still shakes my understanding of what's possible. The scientific part of my mind wants to go back, to document, to prove what I saw. But I remember the way they moved, the coordination of their actions, the deliberate way they erased my camera footage. They don't want to be proven, don't want to be documented. They've survived this long by choosing when and where to reveal themselves, by controlling their interactions with humans. So I stay below 2,000 meters now, camp only in designated areas, sleep in mountain huts or with climbing groups, never alone in a small tent in remote locations. But sometimes, when I'm climbing, I catch myself listening for that sound, that deep, rhythmic breathing, those complex vocalizations that carry through thin mountain air. They're still up there, still walking the high-altitude trails, still investigating human equipment with massive, careful hands, still communicating in those deep, rhythmic voices that echo off mountain walls. And they're watching, always watching, choosing when to remain hidden and when to reveal themselves, deciding who gets to see them and who doesn't. I was allowed to witness them that night, allowed to experience their intelligence, their curiosity, but not allowed to document it, not allowed to prove it. Some encounters have to remain undocumented. Some experiences have to stay hidden in the thin air of high mountain camps, where massive figures walk upright through the darkness, breathing steady and deep, communicating in voices that carry across moonlit peaks. This report documents a series of anomalous observations during my deer migration study in British Columbia. I'm Dr. Astrid Hoffman, senior wildlife biologist with 20 years of field experience. My credentials include a PhD in wildlife biology from ETH Zurich and 12 published papers on large mammal behavior. What my cameras captured over 3 nights in September 2023 defies conventional scientific explanation. The study site was located in the Coast Mountains, 120 kilometers north of Vancouver. Elevation, 1,200 meters. Remote location, no human settlements within 40 kilometers. The area was selected for tracking seasonal deer migration patterns. My equipment setup was comprehensive. 12 Reckonix HP2X professional motion-triggered cameras, infrared capability, 1/10 second trigger speed, high-resolution night vision. The cameras were mounted at standardized heights on trees, covering a 2 square kilometer study area. Each camera was equipped with cellular uplink, images transmitted directly to my field laptop. GPS coordinates embedded in each photo, timestamps accurate to 1/10 second. Everything documented to research standards. The first anomalous images came at 2:17 a.m. on September 12th. Camera 4 triggered. The frame showed a bipedal figure, height approximately 2.4 meters, based on reference markers in the image field. The figure was moving west to east through the study area. My first thought was bear. Black bears are common in the region, but the locomotion was wrong. Bears occasionally walk on hind legs, but not with this gait pattern. The movement was smooth, natural, like a bipedal organism, not a quadruped standing up. The figure triggered camera 7 6 minutes later. The angle was better. The subject was clearly visible in the infrared image. Massive shoulders, no neck, conical head, the entire body covered in dark fur. The proportions were wrong for any known species. I checked the image metadata. Everything was functioning correctly. These weren't equipment malfunctions. The cameras were capturing real physical objects moving through their detection zones. The figure appeared on camera 9 at 2:31 a.m. The sequence showed it stopping, examining something on the ground. The behavior was deliberate, purposeful. It used its hands to move debris, showing clear finger manipulation. This wasn't random animal foraging. The subject triggered 4 more cameras over the next hour. Each image set was clear, consistent. The height and proportions remained constant across different angles and lighting conditions. This ruled out optical illusions or perspective errors. I remained in my research blind, documenting everything. My hands were shaking while taking notes. My heart rate was elevated, but my scientific training kept me focused. I recorded every detail, every timestamp, every camera trigger. At 3:42 a.m., camera 2 captured the subject manipulating one of my wildlife tracking tags. These are sophisticated GPS units, complex clasps. The figure opened the clasp mechanism, removed the tag from the tree, examined it carefully, then replaced it. The manipulation showed clear problem-solving ability, fine motor control, understanding of mechanical systems. This wasn't instinctive animal behavior. This was tool use, intelligence. The final image sequence came at 4:12 a.m. Camera 11 showed the figure departing the study area. The same smooth bipedal gait, the same massive proportions, moving with clear purpose and direction. I waited until full daylight before leaving my blind. Standard research protocol. The air temperature was 8 degrees Celsius, light wind from the northwest. Ground conditions were ideal for tracking. The physical evidence was abundant. Footprints in the soft soil, each print 45 centimeters long, 20 centimeters wide at the ball of the foot, 5 distinct toe impressions. The stride length between prints was 180 centimeters. I photographed each print, took measurements, made plaster casts. The depth of the impressions indicated significant mass. Based on soil compression ratios, I estimate the subject's weight at approximately 180 kilograms. The tracks showed clear biomechanical properties. Pressure distribution indicated natural bipedal gait, roll from heel to toe. These weren't fake prints. They showed the natural movement patterns of a bipedal organism. Hair samples were present at several locations, caught on tree bark and branches, dark brown, coarse texture, 10-12 centimeters in length. Initial field analysis showed primate characteristics, but no match to known species. The tracking tag the subject examined showed clear fingerprints, not human prints, much larger. Different dermal ridge patterns, but clearly primate in nature. evidence of opposable thumbs, complex manipulation capability. I collected soil samples from the footprints, vegetation samples from feeding sites, hair samples from multiple locations. Everything was properly tagged and documented according to research protocols. The cameras continued recording for the next 2 nights. The subject returned both nights. Same time window, same movement patterns, same behavioral characteristics. This wasn't a random encounter. This was an organism with established territory and habits. September 13th, 2:14 a.m. All 12 cameras captured images. The subject moved through the study area methodically, checking each location it had visited the previous night. The behavior suggested memory, planning, spatial awareness. The locomotion remained consistent, smooth bipedal gait, natural arm swing, head movement indicating active environmental scanning. Everything about the movement indicated this was a natural bipedal organism, not a quadruped moving temporarily upright. At 3:22 a.m., cameras 4 and 7 captured the subject engaging in tool use. It used a broken branch to probe under a fallen log. The manipulation was precise, purposeful. The branch was modified to serve as a tool. This showed clear cognitive ability. September 14th brought the most significant observations. 2:19 a.m. The subject returned with a second individual, slightly smaller, approximately 2.2 meters in height, same physical characteristics, same movement patterns. The 2 organisms showed clear social interaction, coordinated movement, shared food resources, complex vocalization patterns picked up by the camera's audio sensors. This wasn't solitary animal behavior. This was social organization. The audio recordings were remarkable. Low-frequency vocalizations, structured patterns, call and response. The sounds showed clear communication properties, rhythm, repetition, variation, the hallmarks of language. The 2 subjects remained in the study area for 3 hours. They examined every camera location, every tracking tag, every piece of research equipment. The behavior showed clear curiosity, intelligence, understanding that these were foreign objects in their territory. I remained in my blind throughout the encounters. My scientific training fought with my instincts. My hands trembled taking notes. Sweat soaked my clothes despite the cold. But I kept recording, kept documenting. The scientist in me knew this was unprecedented data. The physical evidence mounted each night. More footprints, more hair samples, more fingerprints on equipment. Everything was collected, documented, preserved according to research standards. Laboratory analysis revealed startling results. The hair samples showed primate DNA markers, but no match to known species. The fingerprints showed unique dermal patterns, distinct from all known primates. The soil chemistry in the footprints showed unknown organic compounds. The audio analysis was equally compelling. The vocalizations contained consistent patterns, repeated elements, variable combinations, the characteristics of complex communication, not random animal sounds. I submitted my findings to 3 different research institutions. The reports were comprehensive: photos, videos, audio recordings, physical samples, everything documented to scientific standards. The official responses were predictable. Inconclusive evidence, insufficient data, possible equipment malfunction. But they kept the samples, kept the recordings, kept the data. They knew this was something unprecedented. I've continued my research, expanded the camera network, improved the audio recording systems, added thermal imaging. The subjects still appear, still show the same patterns, still demonstrate intelligence and organization. Other researchers have reported similar observations in the region, always at night, always showing the same characteristics, always demonstrating the same level of intelligence and social organization. The scientific community remains skeptical. My findings are filed away as anomalous observations. The physical evidence is labeled unclassified biological samples. But the data exists. The evidence is real. Something unknown lives in these mountains. That's my report. Those are my observations. Everything documented to research standards. Every detail verified and cross-checked. Make your own conclusions. But remember, I'm a trained scientist with 20 years of field experience. I know how to collect and verify data. And I know what my cameras recorded those nights. End report. Dr. Astrid Hoffman, Senior Wildlife Biologist, Coast Mountains Research Station. It was early morning when I set out. The air was cold, and my breath came out in puffs that quickly vanished into the damp Oregon woods. I'd been hunting this area for years, knew every trail and rise, knew where the deer would be grazing. I had my rifle slung across my shoulder, and my boots crunched over the frost-covered leaves. There was a calmness in the woods that day, the kind I liked, the kind that made you feel like you were part of something bigger. I had a good feeling about that morning. The sky was clear, and everything seemed quiet and right. My plan was to hike up to a clearing about 2 miles in, a spot I'd had luck before. I walked slowly, listening to the birds, my senses tuned to any movement in the trees. It's something I'd done 100 times before. Wake up early, hike in, find a spot, and wait. But something started to feel off as I got closer to the clearing. It wasn't anything obvious at first. The birds had stopped singing, and the usual rustle of small animals in the underbrush was gone. It was the kind of silence that creeps up on you slowly, so you don't notice it until it's already there. I stopped, scanning the woods around me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. My gut told me something wasn't right. I shrugged it off and kept moving. The clearing was just up ahead, and I was almost there. My breath fogged in front of me, and I kept my eyes scanning the tree line, looking for any sign of deer. As I broke through the trees into the clearing, I froze. There was a smell, a strong, musky odor, like something wet and rotting. It hit me like a punch to the gut, and I had to breathe through my mouth to keep from gagging. I'd smelled dead animals before, rotting carcasses, the aftermath of predators. But this was different. It was heavy, like it hung in the air, almost visible. I scanned the clearing, looking for the source. Nothing. I took a step forward, the frost crunching under my boots, and then I heard it. A branch snapped, not far off, deep in the woods to my left. It was loud, too loud to be just some small animal. I swung my rifle off my shoulder, holding it in both hands, the barrel pointed down. My heart picked up, a dull thud that I could feel in my chest. I stayed still, straining my ears, listening. The forest was still silent, that oppressive quiet pressing in on me. I moved slowly, careful not to make any noise, and started to circle the clearing, keeping my eyes on the trees. The smell was stronger now, making my stomach turn. Something was out there, something big. I could feel it, the way the air seemed to shift, the way every muscle in my body was tensed. Then I saw it. Movement, just at the edge of my vision, something dark slipping between the trees. I swung my rifle up, my finger off the trigger, my pulse racing. I could barely make out the shape, tall, broad, something moving smoothly between the trunks. It wasn't a deer, it wasn't a bear either. It moved on 2 legs, too fluid, too deliberate. My mouth went dry, and I blinked, trying to focus, trying to understand what I was seeing. It was gone as quickly as it had appeared, the woods swallowing it up. I stood there, rifle raised, my heart pounding in my ears. My breathing was shallow, my chest tight. I didn't move. A minute passed, then another. Nothing. The forest stayed still, the silence pressing down on me. I lowered my rifle slowly, my eyes still scanning the trees. I didn't know what I'd just seen, but I knew I needed to get out of there. Whatever it was It wasn't something I wanted to stick around and find out more about. I took a step backward, then another, careful not to make any noise. My boots crunched softly on the frozen ground, and I winced at each sound. I kept my eyes on the tree line, my grip on the rifle tight, my fingers numb from the cold. The smell was still there, that awful wet stench clinging to the air. I turned, finally breaking my gaze away from the woods, and started moving back toward the trail. I kept my pace steady, my eyes flicking back and forth, scanning the trees as I moved. I tried to listen, but all I could hear was my own breathing, the blood pounding in my ears. The forest felt different now, the calmness replaced by something else, something heavy, something that made every instinct in my body scream at me to leave. I was almost to the edge of the clearing when I heard it again, a grunt, low, deep, almost like a growl. It came from somewhere behind me, too close. I turned, my heart jumping into my throat, and raised my rifle. The flashlight on the barrel flickered as I clicked it on, the beam cutting through the shadows. There it was. A shape, half hidden behind the thick trunk of a tree, just at the edge of my light. Tall, broad-shouldered, covered in dark, matted hair. Its eyes caught the light, two glints reflecting back at me, and I felt a chill run down my spine. It was watching me, just standing there, watching. For a second, I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. My hands were shaking. My legs felt like they were made of lead. The thing shifted, its head tilting slightly, and I saw the muscles in its shoulders bunch, the hair rippling. It was huge, bigger than any man, bigger than any bear. I took a step back, then another, the rifle still raised, the light fixed on that shape. It didn't move, just watched. My breath was coming in short, panicked gasps, the cold air burning in my lungs. I turned, finally, my body breaking free from that frozen terror, and I started to move, fast. My boots slipped on the frost, and I stumbled, catching myself on a low branch. I didn't look back. I could hear it now, the sound of something moving through the woods behind me. Heavy footsteps, branches snapping, the underbrush rustling. It was following me. I forced myself to move faster, my legs aching, my feet slipping on the uneven ground. I kept the rifle up, the flashlight beam swinging wildly as I moved. The trail was just ahead. I could see the gap in the trees, the narrow path cutting through the forest. I ran, my breath coming in ragged bursts, my chest tight. The footsteps were closer now, that heavy, deliberate sound, like something pushing through the woods, not caring about the noise it made. I hit the trail, turning sharply, my boots skidding on the dirt. I pushed myself harder, my legs burning, the flashlight beam bouncing with each step. I could still hear it behind me, the footsteps, the snapping branches. I didn't dare look back. I just ran. The trail twisted, winding through the trees, and I could barely see where I was going, the flashlight beam barely enough to light the way. My lungs were screaming, my whole body aching, but I couldn't stop. I could feel it behind me, that presence, that weight. It was like the forest itself was pushing me, urging me to run, to get out. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like forever, the trail stretching on and on, the darkness pressing in. My legs were shaking, my chest felt like it was going to explode, but I kept moving. The footsteps had faded, but I didn't slow down. Not until I saw the break in the trees ahead, the parking area, my truck just visible in the dim light of dawn. I stumbled out of the woods, my boots crunching on the gravel, and I nearly fell, catching myself on the side of the truck. I was gasping for breath, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the keys out of my pocket. I fumbled with the lock, my fingers numb, and finally got the door open. I threw myself inside, slamming the door behind me, the locks clicking into place. I sat there for a moment, my heart pounding, my breath coming in huge, ragged gulps. The rifle was still in my hands, the flashlight beam flickering against the dashboard. I turned, looking back at the tree line, half expecting to see that shape, those eyes. But there was nothing, just the dark, silent forest. I turned the key, the engine roaring to life, and I didn't wait. I put the truck in gear, my hands still shaking, and hit the gas. The tires spun for a second before catching, and I sped down the gravel road, away from the woods, away from whatever had been out there. It wasn't until I was miles away, the forest just a dark line in the rearview mirror, that I finally started to calm down. My hands were still trembling, my whole body aching, but the fear was starting to fade, replaced by exhaustion. I pulled over, my head dropping against the steering wheel, my breath coming in shaky bursts. I didn't know what I'd seen, didn't know what had followed me, but I knew I wasn't going back there. Not alone. Not ever. The timestamp on the photo read 3:47 a.m. I checked it 3 times to be sure. 20 years of wildlife research had taught me to verify everything, double-check all data, question every assumption. But this image defied verification, defied explanation. One frame in a series of hundreds. The only clear photo I had from a month of camera traps set to study deer migration patterns. I found the camera that morning, ripped from its mounting. The heavy-duty steel cable snapped like thread. The camera housing showed no claw marks, no bite marks, just the clear impression of massive fingers where something had gripped it and pulled. The memory card survived. Most of the photos were normal. Deer, elk, the occasional bear. Standard wildlife shots from a standard research project. Then came 3:47 a.m. I need to back up. Need to explain how it started. The project was simple. Track mule deer movements through a specific valley in the Rockies. Document their migration patterns. Basic research I'd done dozens of times before. Setup took 3 days. 12 cameras total. Positioned along known game trails. Each secured with steel cables to prevent theft or animal damage. Standard equipment, standard protocols. Nothing unusual. The first month went perfectly. Weekly checks showed normal activity, regular wildlife patterns. The cameras captured exactly what we expected them to capture. Until November 15th. I arrived at Camera 7 at 9:15 a.m. for my regular check. The temperature was just above freezing. Light snow had fallen overnight. Perfect conditions for tracking wildlife movement. The camera wasn't where it should have been. The steel cable hung from the tree, torn clean through, not cut, not chewed, torn. The brake pattern showed immense force applied in a single direction. I found the camera 30 meters away, lying in the snow. The housing was intact. No damage except those finger marks. Clear impressions in the hard plastic case, each one larger than my whole hand. My own hands shook as I removed the memory card. 20 years of field research hadn't prepared me for this. For evidence of something that could tear through steel cable, could leave handprints that size in hardened plastic. I checked the other cameras first, had to follow protocol, document everything properly. Cameras. 1 through 6 showed normal activity. Deer, elk, nothing unusual. Camera 7's card went into my laptop last. The first photos were standard. Night vision shots of deer moving along the trail, a bear passing through around midnight, normal wildlife behavior. Then came 3:47 a.m. One clear frame, the figure crossed left to right through the frame, 8 feet tall at least, walking upright, heavy muscle mass visible even through the thick hair covering its body. The proportions were wrong for a bear, wrong for any known animal. The next 3 frames showed motion blur, something moving too fast for the camera to capture. Then nothing. The camera had been torn down at that point. I sat in my research blind reviewing the image, checking every detail. The figure's gait was smooth, natural. The arm swing matched its stride perfectly. This wasn't a bear walking upright. This was something designed to walk on 2 legs. A sound pulled me from the laptop screen. Heavy footsteps in the snow, coming from behind the blind. My heart rate doubled instantly. Sweat formed on my palms despite the cold. The steps circled the blind slowly, deliberately. The whole structure shook with each impact. I could hear breathing now, deep, rhythmic, like a marathon runner after a long run. A shadow fell across my laptop screen. Something massive stood directly behind the blind. The canvas wall pushed inward from its weight, leaning against the structure. I could smell it, like wet fur and decay, strong enough to make my eyes water. My satellite phone lay on the bench beside me, emergency beacon clipped to my pack, standard safety gear, all useless if I couldn't reach them without making noise. The creature would hear any movement. It stood less than a meter away. More footsteps approached through the snow. Different rhythm, coming from the east, another set from the west. The breathing sounds multiplied. 3 distinct patterns now, 3 massive shadows on my laptop screen. They circled the blind methodically, testing the structure. I could hear them touching the canvas walls, feel their movements through the floor. The whole blind shifted slightly with their weight. One of them found my equipment cache, the sound of gear being lifted, examined, set back down carefully. No destruction, no aggression, just careful investigation. A deep vocalization rumbled through the blind. Not a growl, not a roar. Something more complex, rhythmic, almost like speech but impossibly deep. Another creature responded. Then the third. Different pitches, different patterns, clear communication. My laptop screen went black. Dead battery. The sudden change cast the blind into complete darkness. I heard my own breathing, too fast, too shallow. Had to control it, had to stay quiet. Something touched the blind's door flap. Massive fingers pressed against the canvas, testing, exploring. The zipper rattled slightly. My chest felt too tight, couldn't get enough air. An airplane passed overhead, the morning commuter flight to Denver. The creatures reacted instantly. The vocalizations changed pitch, became urgent. The shadows vanished from my laptop screen. The footsteps retreated rapidly through the snow. I sat in the darkness counting my heartbeats. 100, 200, 300. The blind grew colder. My breath formed clouds in the air. Still, I didn't move. Finally, I had to check, had to document, had to know. I unzipped the blind door slowly. Each click of the zipper sounded impossibly loud. The snow around the blind told the story. Massive footprints, perfectly formed, deeper than my arm could reach. Each one showed clear anatomical detail. 5 toes, pronounced arch, distinct heel, like a human print, but huge. My equipment lay exactly where it had been. Nothing damaged, nothing missing, but everything had been moved slightly, examined, returned with careful precision. The laptop was dead. When I charged it later, the hard drive had failed. Every photo from the past month gone, including the 3:47 a.m. shot. I checked the other cameras, all dead. Every memory card corrupted. A month of research data lost. But the physical evidence remained. The torn steel cable, the finger marks on camera 7, the footprints in the snow. I took photos of everything, documented the prints, measured the stride lengths, calculated the weight needed to create impressions that deep in packed snow. The numbers didn't make sense, didn't match any known species. 3 days later, all the physical evidence was gone. Fresh snow covered the footprints. The damaged camera disappeared from where I'd secured it in my truck. The torn cable vanished from its tree. I filed my research report, wrote up the deer migration data from memory, didn't mention the 3:47 a.m. photo, didn't report the encounter at the blind, didn't try to explain the lost equipment. The university approved my report, standard findings, standard conclusions, everything properly documented except for that 1-hour gap on November 15th. Yesterday, I received a new research grant, another wildlife study, better funding than my usual projects, Different valley but similar work. Setting up cameras, tracking movements, documenting patterns. I turned it down. Some research leads to discoveries you can't publish, evidence you can't document, encounters that defy scientific explanation. The creatures I saw that morning showed clear intelligence, clear purpose. They could have destroyed everything, torn apart my blind, damaged all my equipment. Instead, they investigated, learned, communicated, showed a level of sophistication that still shakes my understanding of what's possible. The scientific part of my mind wants to go back, to document, to prove what I saw. But I remember the way they moved, the coordination of their actions, the deliberate way they erased their evidence. They don't want to be studied, don't want to be documented. They've survived this long by controlling their interactions with humans, by choosing when and where to reveal themselves. So I stick to basic research now. Urban wildlife studies, population counts in developed areas, places with cell service and easy access to roads. But sometimes, when I'm reviewing trail camera footage, I catch myself checking the timestamps, looking for that 3:47 a.m. mark, looking for another glimpse of something that shouldn't exist. They're still out there, still walking the remote valleys, still investigating human equipment with massive, careful hands, still communicating in those deep, rhythmic voices that carry through mountain air. And they're watching, always watching, choosing when to remain hidden and when to reveal themselves, deciding who gets to see them and who doesn't. I was allowed to witness them that morning, allowed to experience their intelligence, their curiosity, but not allowed to document it, not allowed to prove it. Some discoveries have to remain unpublished. Some evidence has to stay hidden in corrupted hard drives and missing cameras, where massive figures walk upright through the snow, leaving footprints too deep to be possible, communicating in voices too complex to be animal. This is my official report regarding the anomalous sighting during search and rescue mission NOD 247 in British Columbia on January 15, 2024. I'm Xavier Dubois, Senior SAR pilot with 15 years of mountain flight experience, 8,000 flight hours, advanced certification in wilderness rescue operations. What I saw from my helicopter that morning doesn't match any known wildlife behavior patterns. Mission parameters were standard. Missing hiker. Last known location, Mount Robson Provincial Park. Weather conditions clear. Temperature 12 Celsius. Wind 5 knots from northwest. Snow depth 1.2 meters at search elevation. Aircraft Bell 412 EP helicopter. Full rescue configuration. FLIR thermal imaging system. High-resolution cameras. GPS tracking. All equipment calibrated and certified for SAR operations. Takeoff time, 0700 hours. My crew consisted of 2 SAR technicians. Standard search pattern initiated at last known coordinates. Altitude, 500 feet AGL, above ground level. Speed, 60 knots. Perfect visibility conditions. First anomaly detected at 0742 hours. FLIR system picked up a large heat signature moving through a clearing. Initial assessment suggested large mammal, but the movement pattern was wrong, completely wrong. I adjusted flight path for visual confirmation, reduced altitude to 300 feet AGL, slowed to 40 knots. The clearing was approximately 100 meters long, fresh snow coverage, perfect conditions for ground observation. The subject was visible in the clearing for 47 seconds, bipedal movement, upright walking posture, estimated height, 2.4 meters minimum, dark coloration. The stride length in the snow was massive, consistent. This wasn't a bear walking upright. I maintained position, kept the aircraft steady. Both SAR techs confirmed visual contact. The subject moved with purpose. Deliberate steps. Each stride measured approximately 2 meters based on ground reference markers. The movement speed was remarkable. estimated 20 kilometers per hour through deep snow, smooth gait, natural bipedal motion. The subject showed no difficulty navigating the terrain, no signs of struggling in the deep snow. We captured 184 high-resolution photos, full video from 3 different angles, FLIR imagery showing heat signature patterns. Everything was automatically GPS tagged and time-stamped. The subject's path was straight, purposeful. It wasn't wandering or foraging. It moved like it had a destination, a goal. This wasn't random animal behavior. This was intentional travel. At 0744 hours, the subject reached the tree line. Before entering the forest, it stopped, turned, looked directly at our helicopter. The head movement was deliberate, conscious, aware. The facial features were visible through our zoom lenses. Flat nose, heavy brow, dark eyes, no visible neck. The head seemed to sit directly on massive shoulders. The proportions were wrong for any known species. The subject held its position for 12 seconds, maintained eye contact with our aircraft. Then it turned and entered the forest. The movement through the trees was fluid, efficient, like it knew exactly where it was going. I maintained hover position, called in the coordinates to base, standard procedure for unusual wildlife sightings. But this wasn't wildlife, not any wildlife we knew about. We switched to aerial tracking mode, following the path through thermal imaging. The heat signature remained strong, clear bipedal movement pattern. The subject maintained 20 kilometers per hour through dense forest. Impossible speed for that terrain. The tracks in the snow were perfect, clear prints, bipedal gait. The stride length remained consistent even through deep snow and over obstacles. This wasn't an animal struggling through winter conditions. This was something adapted to this environment. At 0751 hours, we lost thermal contact. The subject vanished. Complete disappearance from our sensors. We had full coverage of the area. Nowhere for something that size to hide. But it was gone. I initiated a standard search pattern, expanding circles from last known position, all sensors active, full spectrum scanning, nothing, no heat signature, no movement, no tracks beyond the last position. We maintained search operations for 45 minutes, covered every possible exit route. Nothing. The subject had disappeared completely in terrain that should have made concealment impossible. At 8:40 hours, we landed in a nearby clearing. Standard ground investigation protocol. The snow conditions were perfect for tracking. Temperature still, 12 Celsius. No wind, no fresh snowfall. The tracks were extraordinary. Each print was 45 centimeters long, 20 centimeters wide. Perfect bipedal pattern. The compression depth indicated significant weight. My estimate, 180 kilograms minimum. The stride length was consistent, 2 meters between prints, perfect linear progression, no wandering, no hesitation, like something walking a familiar path, something that knew exactly where it was going. The prints showed clear biomechanics, heel strike, roll to toe, natural bipedal gait. These weren't marks from something occasionally walking upright. These were prints from an organism adapted to bipedal movement. We followed the tracks for 500 meters. The subject had navigated fallen trees, rock outcrops, deep snow drifts. The stride length never changed. The path remained straight, purposeful, until it simply stopped at a rock face. No signs of climbing, no disturbed snow on the rocks, no tracks leading away. The trail ended completely, like the subject had vanished into solid rock. Impossible, but the evidence was clear. We collected snow samples from the prints, took measurements, shot high-resolution photos, made plaster casts, standard evidence collection protocol. Everything was documented according to SAR procedures. Found hair samples, caught on tree bark along the path, dark brown, coarse, 10-12 centimeters long, not bare fur, not from any known species in the region, properly collected and bagged for analysis. The thermal imaging data was remarkable. The heat signature was wrong for any known mammal. Higher temperature, different distribution pattern. The thermal profile didn't match anything in our wildlife database. The video analysis revealed more details. The subject's movement showed clear muscle articulation under thick fur. Natural joint movement. This wasn't a costume. The motion was too fluid, too natural. This was a living organism. The proportions were impossible for a human. Arm length approximately 65% of body height. Shoulder width approximately 50% of body height. Massive muscle mass, visible even through thick fur. No human could maintain those proportions. We resumed flight operations at 09:30 hours, completed our original search pattern, found the missing hiker at 10:45 hours. Standard rescue operation, successful extraction. But I couldn't stop thinking about what we'd seen. I filed a complete report, submitted all evidence, photos, videos, thermal data, physical samples, everything documented to SAR standards. The official response was predictable. Unusual wildlife encounter, standard classification. But the SAR team knew different. We had perfect visibility, multiple camera angles, thermal imaging, clear prints in fresh snow. This wasn't a misidentified bear or moose. This was something else. The lab results were interesting. The hair samples showed primate DNA markers, but no match to known species. The thermal imaging data couldn't be explained. The prints showed impossible biomechanics for known wildlife. I've flown 437 SAR missions in these mountains. I know every animal that lives here. I know how they move, how they behave in snow. What I saw that morning doesn't fit any known species. Other pilots have reported similar sightings, always in remote areas, always showing the same characteristics, always demonstrating the same impossible speed and strength in deep snow, always disappearing without trace. I still fly SAR missions, still search these mountains. But I watch more carefully now. Keep the cameras ready, keep the sensors active, because I know there's something out there that doesn't match any wildlife guide. That's my official report. Those are my observations. Everything documented to SAR standards, all evidence preserved and submitted. Make your own conclusions. But remember, I'm a professional SAR pilot with 15 years of mountain flight experience. I know what I saw that morning. End report. Xavier Dubois, Senior SAR Pilot, British Columbia Search and Rescue. The morning started like any other early shoot. My alarm buzzed before the sun even cracked the horizon, and I was out of bed, ready to capture that perfect dawn light. Being a nature photographer meant always chasing those fleeting moments, the time when the forest comes alive, bathed in golden light. I had my bag packed from the night before, so it was just a matter of grabbing my camera, my tripod, and heading out. I had picked a spot deep in the woods, near a clearing that I'd scouted the previous week. The path wasn't one that people used often. That's what I liked about it. It was remote, quiet, untouched by the noise of people or cars. Just me, the camera, and the forest waking up. The air was chilly as I drove to the trailhead, and the tires of my old Jeep crunched on the gravel, echoing in the stillness. I parked and stepped out, pulling my jacket tighter against the cold. There was frost on the grass, sparkling in the dim morning light. My breath came out in short white puffs as I walked, my boots making a muffled sound on the damp earth. The forest was still half asleep, quiet except for the rustling of leaves in the breeze and the occasional distant call of an owl. I started down the narrow trail, the path winding its way between thick trunks and underbrush. It was dim, almost dark in the woods, but I could see the clearing up ahead, where the trees opened up and the sky was beginning to turn a soft shade of purple. I set up my tripod at the edge of the clearing, angling it to catch the light as it would start to break through the treetops. Everything seemed calm, Perfect. I waited, taking in the silence, listening to the quiet rustle of leaves. It was peaceful. I adjusted my camera, my eyes on the viewfinder, watching as the light slowly started to spread through the clearing. That's when I noticed something strange at the edge of the frame, a dark shape, blurry, barely visible in the background. I frowned, pulling my face away from the camera, squinting at the forest. It could have been anything, a tree, a bush, a trick of the light. But I knew this clearing, and something about that shape felt out of place. I adjusted the focus, zooming in, trying to get a better look. It was hard to tell, just a shadow, deep in the trees. I let out a breath, trying to shake off the creeping unease that had settled in my chest. It was probably nothing. Maybe a deer, maybe even a bear. They were common enough out here. I kept the camera on it, waiting, but the shape didn't move, didn't shift. It was still there, just a dark outline. I pulled away again, taking a step closer to the tree line, trying to see more clearly. The light was getting stronger now, starting to brighten the clearing, but that shape, whatever it was, didn't seem to be moving at all. My fingers were cold, my breath shallow. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up, a sense of something being wrong. I turned back to my camera, zooming in as far as the lens would allow, trying to catch some detail. It was hard to make out, but it seemed tall, too tall for a deer, standing upright. My heart started to beat faster, a slow, dull thud in my chest. It was just there, unmoving, almost like it was watching me. Then, without warning, the shadow shifted. It moved, just a little, and my stomach dropped. It was deliberate. Not the slow, cautious movement of an animal grazing, but something else. My fingers tightened around the camera, my pulse jumping. I felt frozen, like I didn't know what to do. I took a step back, my boot crunching on the frosted ground, and the sound seemed to echo, too loud in the quiet. I looked up from the viewfinder, my eyes straining to see through the trees. The shape was still there, but it moved again, this time more clearly. It took a step, and I could see it now, just a little better. It was big, covered in dark hair, and it moved smoothly, almost silently. My chest tightened, and my breath caught. I wasn't alone out here. I took another step back, my heart pounding, the fear starting to settle in, cold and sharp. I reached down, my fingers fumbling for the camera bag, stuffing my gear in as quickly as I could. The clearing didn't feel safe anymore. The entire forest felt different, like it was watching, like it was holding its breath. I grabbed the tripod, my hands shaking, and folded it up, my eyes never leaving the tree line. The shadow had disappeared, but I could still feel it, the weight of it, like I was being watched. I swallowed, my throat dry, and slung the camera bag over my shoulder, my hands trembling as I started back toward the trail. I kept my eyes on the tree line, glancing back as I walked, my pace quicker now. I tried to listen, tried to hear if there was anything following, but all I could hear was the pounding of my own heartbeat, my boots crunching on the frozen earth. Every step felt too loud, too slow. The trail wound its way between thick trees, the clearing fading behind me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was there. I kept moving, my breath coming out in short gasps, my chest tight. The trail was narrow, and the underbrush thick on either side. Every rustle of leaves made me jump, my eyes darting to the shadows, my grip tightening on the strap of my camera bag. I knew I had to stay calm, but the fear was overwhelming, clawing at my chest. Then I heard it, a branch snapping, somewhere off to my left. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The sound was too deliberate, too heavy. My head turned slowly, my eyes scanning the trees, the shadows. It was hard to see, the light still too dim, but I could make out something. Movement. The dark shape, moving between the trees, keeping pace with me. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry, and forced myself to move. One step, then another. The path twisted, and I moved faster now, my footsteps echoing in the silence. The air was cold, biting at my skin, and I could feel the sweat on my back, my whole body tense. I didn't want to run. I knew running would only make it worse, but the urge was there, growing stronger with every step. Another snap, closer this time, and I couldn't help it. I started to jog, my eyes darting back and forth, scanning the trees, the underbrush. The fear was like a weight in my chest, pressing down, making it hard to breathe. The path was uneven, twisting, and my boots slipped on the frost, but I kept moving. The parking lot wasn't far. I knew that. I just had to keep going, one step after another, keep moving. My heart was pounding, my legs aching, but I couldn't stop. The sound of something moving in the woods was getting closer, heavy, deliberate. It wasn't trying to hide anymore. I broke into a run, my breath coming in ragged gasps, the cold air burning my lungs. My camera bag banged against my side, the tripod awkward in my grip. I could see the gap in the trees up ahead, the light of the clearing just beyond. My boots pounded against the dirt, and I pushed myself harder, my muscles screaming. I burst out of the trees, stumbling into the gravel parking lot, my legs feeling like jelly. The Jeep was there, just where I'd left it, and I ran to it, my hands shaking as I fumbled for the keys. I dropped them, swearing under my breath, my fingers numb. I bent down, grabbing them off the ground, my eyes darting back to the tree line. I could see it now, just at the edge of the woods. A shape, tall, broad, covered in dark hair. It was standing there, just watching me, its eyes catching the early morning light. I forced the key into the lock, yanking the door open, and threw myself inside, slamming it shut behind me. My breath was coming in huge, ragged gasps, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I didn't wait. I shoved it into gear, my foot slamming on the gas, the tires spinning for a moment before catching, the Jeep lurching forward. I glanced in the rearview mirror, my heart in my throat. The shape was still there, at the edge of the lot, just watching as I sped away. I didn't slow down until I was miles away, the forest nothing but a dark line in the distance. My hands were still shaking, my whole body trembling with adrenaline. I pulled over to the side of the road, my chest heaving, my breath coming in short, shaky bursts. I could still see it in my mind. That shape, those eyes, the way it just stood there, watching. I didn't know what it was. I didn't want to know. All I knew was that I wasn't going back, not to that clearing, not to those woods, not alone. Whatever I'd seen, whatever had been watching me, it was still out there, and it wasn't something I wanted to face again. I leaned back in the seat, my hands still trembling on the steering wheel, my heart slowly starting to calm. The morning light was brighter now, the sun just beginning to peek over the horizon, bathing everything in a soft golden glow. It was supposed to be a perfect morning. It had started that way. But something was out there, something that didn't belong, and I wasn't going to forget it, not for a long time. The scratch marks caught my attention first. Not bear marks, not elk rubs. These were different, precise, methodical, spaced at regular intervals along the tree trunks at exactly 2.5 meters height. I'd been studying rare fungi in this part of Washington for 12 years, had never seen markings like these. I was 3 days into a research trip, documenting fungal growth patterns in old-growth forest. Standard work, the kind of field research I'd done hundreds of times before. That morning started normally. Clear sky, temperature around 15 degrees C, perfect conditions for fungal observation. The first set of marks appeared on a massive Douglas fir. 5 parallel grooves cut deep into the bark, too high for a bear standing upright, too precise for random animal damage. Each groove showed clear directionality, intentional marking. I documented everything according to protocol: photos, measurements, samples of the damaged bark, standard research procedure. But my hands shook as I wrote in my field journal. These weren't normal marks, weren't natural damage patterns. The marks continued, tree after tree, same height, same spacing, same precise grooves, always 5, always parallel, always at exactly 2.5 meters. I followed them deeper into the forest, documenting each set. The pattern changed after half a kilometer. The marks began spiraling around the trees, still at 2.5 meters, still 5 parallel grooves, but now forming complex patterns, almost like writing. My camera battery died as I photographed the spiral patterns. Strange. I'd charged it fully that morning. The backup battery showed dead too. Even my phone wouldn't turn on. All 3 devices failed simultaneously. A sound echoed through the trees, heavy footsteps, moving with purpose, coming toward my position. My heart rate doubled instantly, sweat formed on my palms despite the cool air. I ducked behind a fallen log. The footsteps grew closer, not the random pattern of a bear, not the careful steps of an elk. These were deliberate, rhythmic, like a person walking but much heavier. Movement caught my eye. Something massive passed between 2 trees 50 meters away, walking upright, at least 8 feet tall, covered in dark hair. The arm swing matched its stride perfectly, natural, fluid. My breath came in short gasps, had to control it, had to stay quiet. The creature moved with obvious purpose, stopping at each marked tree, examining the grooves, adding new marks with massive fingers. More sounds approached from behind me, different rhythm, 2 sets of footsteps, heavy, deliberate, moving in coordination with the first creature. They were working together, hunting together. No, not hunting, marking. They moved from tree to tree, adding new grooves, expanding the spiral patterns, working with clear purpose and intelligence. I could hear them breathing, deep, steady, like marathon runners. The smell hit me then, like wet fur and decay, strong enough to make my eyes water. One of the creatures passed within 10 meters of my position, close enough to see the muscle definition through its thick hair, the way its hands moved with obvious dexterity. They communicated in low vocalizations, not growls, not roars, complex sounds, rhythmic patterns, different pitches, different tempos, like a language but deeper than any human voice could produce. Movement in the canopy caught their attention. All 3 looked up simultaneously, moved with shocking speed for their size, disappeared into the forest without a sound. Complete silence fell. I stayed hidden, counted my breaths. 100, 200, 300. The forest remained silent. No bird calls, no squirrel chatters, nothing. Finally, I had to move, had to document what I'd seen. My legs shook as I stood. Hands trembled as I pulled out my notebook, the only piece of equipment still working. The new marks were fresh. Sap still dripped from the grooves. I measured them carefully. Each groove exactly 2.5 centimeters wide, perfectly parallel, cut into the bark with incredible precision. Something moved in my peripheral vision, a structure I hadn't noticed before, hidden between 3 massive cedars. My breath caught in my throat. My hands started shaking again. A nest, but not like anything I'd ever seen. Huge branches woven together with incredible complexity. The construction showed clear planning, clear intelligence. This wasn't random animal behavior. The nest entrance stood at least 3 meters high. The interior space could have held 3 or 4 people standing upright. But it wasn't meant for humans. The fresh marks around the entrance matched the tree grooves exactly. More nests became visible as I looked around, each hidden carefully between trees, each showing the same complex construction, each marked with those precise parallel grooves. Something dark caught my eye, stuck in the woven branches. Hair, thick strands much coarser than any known animal fur. I collected samples with shaking hands, documented everything in my notebook. The nests showed signs of regular use. Compressed earth at the entrances, worn paths between them, recent construction using fresh branches. This wasn't a temporary shelter. This was a permanent settlement. My scientific training fought with what I was seeing, with what I documented. These structures showed planning, engineering, social cooperation, things that shouldn't exist in any known species. A deep vocalization echoed through the forest, close, too close. I shoved my notebook in my pocket, grabbed my useless camera, ran. The sounds followed, not pursuing directly, paralleling my path, herding me away from the nests, away from their territory, multiple creatures moving through the forest with incredible speed and coordination. I ran until my legs gave out, until my lungs burned, until I couldn't hear those heavy footsteps anymore. Found myself back on a marked trail, stumbled to my research vehicle. The drive back to civilization passed in a blur. My hands shook on the steering wheel. The smell lingered in my clothes, that mix of wet fur and decay. I could still smell it. 3 days later, I went back. Had to. My research equipment was expensive. The samples were important. I brought 2 other botanists with me, told them I'd gotten lost, dropped my gear. We never found the nests. The marked trees had vanished. No grooves, no spiral patterns, no sign that anything unusual had ever existed in that part of the forest. My colleagues searched the area thoroughly, found nothing strange, just normal old-growth forest. But I knew what I'd seen, knew what I'd documented in my notebook. The hair samples disappeared from my pack before I could analyze them. The notebook pages containing my measurements and observations vanished. Every photo on my camera was corrupted when the batteries mysteriously started working again. I finished my fungal research. Had to. My professional reputation depended on it, but I stayed on marked trails, worked only during peak daylight hours, kept my vehicle within running distance. The vocalizations haunted me, the way they communicated, coordinated their movements, the obvious intelligence behind their actions, the complexity of those woven nests. I've been back to Washington many times since then. The work demands it, but I don't do solo research anymore. Don't venture deep into old-growth forest. Don't study anything that requires long periods alone among ancient trees. Yesterday, I received a new research grant, another fungal study. Better funding than my usual projects. Different forest but similar work. The project manager mentioned unusual growth patterns, unexplained ecological interactions. I turned it down. Some discoveries aren't meant to be documented. Some evidence isn't meant to be collected. The creatures I encountered that day showed clear intelligence, clear purpose. They could have stopped me easily, could have prevented my escape. Instead, they herded me away, protected their territory without causing harm, showed a level of sophistication that still shakes my understanding of what's possible. The scientific part of my mind wants to go back, to document, to prove what I saw. But I remember the way they moved, the coordination of their actions, the deliberate way they erased their evidence. They don't want to be studied, don't want to be documented. They've survived this long by choosing when and where to reveal themselves, by controlling their interactions with humans. So I stay on marked trails now, study fungi in accessible areas, places with cell service and regular human traffic. But sometimes, when I'm taking samples or measuring growth patterns, I catch myself looking up, looking for those marks, those precise parallel grooves cut high in the bark, looking for signs of massive fingers marking territory in complex spiral patterns. They're still out there, still moving through old-growth forests, still building their complex nests between ancient trees, still communicating in those deep, rhythmic voices that echo through the canopy. And they're watching, always watching, choosing when to remain hidden and when to reveal themselves, deciding who gets to see their marks and who doesn't. I was allowed to witness them that day, allowed to see their intelligence, their social structure, but not allowed to document it, not allowed to prove it. Some discoveries have to remain unpublished. Some evidence has to stay hidden in missing notebooks and corrupted photos, where massive figures walk upright through ancient forests, marking trees with precise parallel grooves, building nests that shouldn't be possible. I'm filing this report regarding unusual activity observed during my geological survey in the Rocky Mountains on June 15, 2024. I'm Dr. Nikolai Petrov, senior geologist with 25 years of field experience, PhD from Moscow State University, multiple published papers on mountain formation. What I encountered during my routine rock sampling doesn't fit any known wildlife behavior patterns. Location: Northern Rocky Mountains, Montana. Elevation: 2,400 meters. Remote valley system. No documented human activity in the area for the past decade. I was conducting a standard geological survey, rock composition analysis, formation dating, basic research work. My equipment was standard issue: rock hammers, collection bags, GPS unit, digital cameras, audio recorder for field notes, everything calibrated and certified for research use. The weather was clear. Temperature 18 degrees Celsius, light wind from the south. Perfect conditions for fieldwork. I'd been in the valley for 6 hours. Normal sample collection routine. First anomalous sound at 14:27 hours. Clear, rhythmic impacts, like wood striking wood, but coordinated, deliberate. Not random falling or natural collision. The sound came from across the valley, approximately 300 meters away. I checked my equipment, audio recorder running, GPS coordinates locked, camera ready. Standard research protocol for unusual observations. The sounds continued, regular intervals, precise timing. Through my binoculars, I observed the source. Large bipedal figure. Estimated height 4 meters. Dark coloration. The subject was using a dead tree branch as a tool, striking it against a standing dead tree trunk. The striking pattern was complex. 3 hits, pause, 2 hits, pause, 3 hits. The sequence repeated exactly. Perfect timing. This wasn't random animal behavior. This was intentional communication. I documented everything, shot 47 high-resolution photos, continuous audio recording, GPS coordinates marked. The subject maintained its position for 18 minutes. Continued the same striking pattern. The movement was deliberate, controlled. The branch was held like a tool. Grip adjusted for better striking angle. Clear evidence of tool use. Problem-solving behavior. This wasn't instinctive action. At 14:45 hours, a response came. Similar striking pattern from the north. Different rhythm. 2 hits. Pause. 3 hits. Pause. 2 hits. Clear call and response behavior. Coordinated communication. The subject turned toward the new sound, adjusted its striking pattern to match. The coordination was precise, intentional. 2 separate individuals communicating through improvised tools, showing clear social organization. I maintained my position, kept recording. My hands were steady on the camera. Years of field work. But my heart rate was elevated. Sweat formed despite the cool air. I knew I was documenting something unprecedented. The exchange continued for 24 minutes. Complex patterns, variations in rhythm, clear information exchange. Then both subjects stopped simultaneously. Perfect coordination, like a conversation ending. The figure in my view moved away from the dead tree. Bipedal gait, smooth motion, natural walking pattern. not like a bear or other quadruped moving temporarily upright. This was natural bipedal locomotion. I waited 30 minutes, standard research protocol. Then I moved to examine the site. The evidence was clear. The dead tree showed impact marks, fresh wood damage, regular spacing, consistent with the observed striking pattern. The ground around the tree had clear footprints, 45 centimeters long, 20 centimeters wide, 5 distinct toe impressions, perfect bipedal gait pattern, stride length 180 centimeters between prints. The tool was still present. Dead branch, 1.5 meters long, 12 centimeters diameter, clear grip marks on one end, worn smooth from repeated use. This wasn't random debris. This was a maintained tool. I collected samples, took measurements, shot close-up photos, standard evidence collection protocol, everything documented to research standards. The physical evidence was undeniable. Found hair samples on the tree bark, dark brown, coarse texture, 10 to 12 centimeters long, not bare fur, not from any known species in the region, properly collected and bagged for analysis. The impact marks on the tree showed clear patterns, regular spacing, consistent force application. These weren't random strikes. They showed planning, intention, understanding of sound production. I expanded my search area, found more evidence, similar impact marks on other dead trees, all showing the same patterns, regular spacing, consistent height. This was an established communication system. The footprints formed clear trails, regular paths between impact sites, well-worn routes. This wasn't a one-time occurrence. This was routine behavior, established social practice. At 16:30 hours, the striking sounds resumed. Different location, same pattern complexity. I documented 2 more exchanges, different rhythms, different durations, but showing the same coordination. Through my binoculars, I observed 3 separate subjects, all similar size, similar movement patterns, clear social interaction. They moved between impact sites, took turns with the striking patterns. The behavior showed clear hierarchy. One subject initiated each exchange, others responded in sequence. The patterns were complex, coordinated. This was organized social communication. I maintained observation until darkness, 2:45 hours. The activity continued intermittently. Different patterns, different locations, but always showing the same level of coordination and complexity. The night brought new evidence. The subjects used the impact communication in darkness. The rhythm patterns became more complex, more varied, longer sequences, like a different form of nighttime communication. I stayed in my research blind through the night, documented everything. The activity continued until 0330 hours, then stopped completely. The silence was sudden, complete, like a scheduled end to the communication period. Dawn revealed more evidence, new impact marks, new footprints, new tool marks. The night activity had been extensive, coordinated, purposeful. This wasn't random nocturnal behavior. I collected more samples, more measurements, more photos. Everything pointed to organized social behavior, tool use, communication, hierarchy, the hallmarks of intelligent social organization. The lab analysis was revealing. The hair samples showed primate DNA markers, but no match to known species. The tool wear patterns indicated long-term use. The impact marks showed consistent force control. I filed my report with 3 different research institutions, submitted all evidence, photos, audio recordings, physical samples, everything documented to scientific standards. The response was predictable. Insufficient data, inconclusive evidence. But the physical evidence exists. The audio recordings exist. The DNA analysis exists. Something in these mountains uses tools, communicates, shows social organization, something that science can't explain. Other researchers have reported similar observations, always in remote areas, always showing the same characteristics, always demonstrating tool use and communication, always indicating social complexity. I've continued my research, expanded my observation area, improved my recording equipment. The evidence keeps mounting. The same patterns, the same behaviors, the same level of organization. That's my report. Those are my observations. Everything documented to research standards. All evidence preserved and analyzed. Make your own conclusions. But remember, I'm a professional geologist with 25 years of field experience. I know how to document and verify evidence, and I know what I observed in those mountains. End report. Dr. Nikolai Petrov, Senior Research Geologist, Rocky Mountain Research Station. The river was perfect that morning. Mist hung low over the water, and the air was cool enough to make my breath fog up. I could hear the soft rush of the current, and I swear it was like the world was holding its breath. No other sounds. Just me, the river, and the rhythmic cast of my line. It was why I loved coming out here. No people, no noise, no distractions. Just the kind of peace that makes everything else fade away. I'd been at it for about an hour, casting and reeling in without much luck. The fish were slow that morning. Didn't bother me, though. Fishing wasn't really about the fish for me. It was more about being out there, with no schedule, nothing pressing on my mind. I found a good rock to sit on, settled down, and watched the line drift lazily with the current. A couple of times, I thought I heard something from the opposite side of the river, a rustle or a snap of a branch. I figured it was just animals. Plenty of deer in these parts, maybe a raccoon nosing through the brush. I didn't pay it much attention, not at first anyway. The sun was starting to rise higher, burning off the last of the mist, when I heard it again. A sharp, clear crack, not like a small branch snapping, but more like a thick piece of wood being broken. My head turned instinctively, eyes narrowing at the far bank of the river. It was dense over there, lots of trees and thick underbrush, making it hard to see anything clearly. But something was moving. I squinted, adjusting my hat to keep the sun out of my eyes. It took a moment before I saw it. A dark shape, low to the ground, moving slowly along the riverbank. It didn't move like a deer. Too big, and there was something about the way it stayed low, almost creeping. I leaned forward, my grip tightening on my fishing rod, my pulse picking up just a little. The figure shifted, and I caught a glimpse of something, a flash of dark fur or maybe hair. It was hard to tell with the way the shadows played tricks in the morning light. But it wasn't an animal I recognized. Too big for a raccoon, too hunched over to be a deer. My heart thudded a little harder, that first prick of unease starting to creep in. I stayed still, not wanting to draw attention to myself, just watching. The figure moved again, a slow, deliberate movement that sent a shiver down my spine. Whatever it was too quiet for its size, and that wasn't natural. It stopped, half hidden behind a tree, and I could feel its eyes, watching me. I swallowed, my mouth suddenly dry. I didn't move, just sat there, the river gurgling quietly at my feet, the line drifting, forgotten. My eyes were locked on that dark shape, half waiting for it to do something, half hoping it would just vanish. I could feel the tension in my body, every muscle coiled, ready for I didn't even know what. Then it stood up. The thing rose, straightening from that hunched position, and I felt my stomach drop. It was tall, taller than any person I'd ever seen, and covered in dark hair. Not fur, but hair, long and tangled. I froze, my breath catching in my throat, my hands tightening on the rod until my knuckles turned white. It stood there, facing me, its face obscured by the shadows of the trees, but I could see its shape. Broad shoulders, long arms that hung almost to its knees. It wasn't moving, just standing there, watching. I could feel my heartbeat in my ears, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a person. It was something else. I slowly started to back up, my boots slipping slightly on the wet rocks. I didn't want to turn my back on it. My mind was screaming at me to run, but I knew better. Running would only draw attention, make me look like prey. I took another step back, my eyes still locked on that figure. It shifted then, taking a step forward, and I felt a jolt of panic shoot through me. The way it moved was wrong, too smooth, too deliberate. It wasn't lumbering like a bear would, it was almost like it was stalking. My breath caught, and I felt the adrenaline surge, my instincts screaming at me to move, to get away. I turned, finally breaking my gaze away from it, and started to move, my steps quick but careful on the uneven rocks. The river was narrow here, maybe 15 feet across, but it was deep, the current strong. I kept moving, not looking back, my breath coming in short, panicked bursts. I reached my gear, grabbed my tackle box with one hand while the other clutched the fishing rod. My eyes flicked back to the far bank, and my heart sank. It was still there, closer now, stepping out from the cover of the trees. The light hit it fully, and I could see it clearly for the first time. It was massive, covered in matted dark hair, its face shadowed by the angle of the sun. Its eyes, though, that's what got me. They were dark, deep-set, and they were fixed on me. It took another step, and I heard the crunch of its foot on the rocky bank, loud even over the rush of the river. I turned and started up the slope, away from the river, my feet slipping on the loose earth. I didn't run, but I moved fast, my heart pounding in my chest, my breathing shallow and quick. I could still hear it, the sound of it moving, the crunch of branches, the rustle of leaves. It was following me. The trail back to my truck was narrow, winding up through the woods, and I forced myself to stay calm, to keep moving. I didn't dare look back. I just focused on putting one foot in front of the other, my eyes scanning the ground, watching for roots or rocks that might trip me up. The forest felt wrong now, too quiet, too still, like everything else had gone silent in the presence of this thing. I could hear it, still moving parallel to me, off to my left, just out of sight. I caught glimpses of movement through the trees, flashes of dark fur, the sway of branches. It wasn't trying to hide, it wanted me to know it was there. My legs were burning, my muscles aching, but I kept moving, faster now, almost jogging. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do. I had a knife in my bag, but I knew it wouldn't be any good against something that size. My only chance was to get to the truck, to put some kind of distance between me and it. I pushed myself harder, the path blurring under my feet, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The truck came into view, parked just off the dirt road, and I felt a surge of hope. I was close, just a little further. I could hear it behind me now, the sound of something heavy moving through the underbrush, the snapping of branches. It was getting closer. I broke into a run, my feet pounding on the trail, my eyes locked on the truck. I could feel the panic rising in my chest, the adrenaline surging through me. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. I could hear it, the heavy footfalls, the rustle of leaves, the sound of it moving faster now, almost charging. I reached the truck, yanking the door open and throwing my gear inside. I scrambled in, slamming the door shut behind me, my hands shaking as I fumbled for the keys. They slipped from my fingers, falling onto the floor, and I swore, my heart pounding, my eyes flicking up to the tree line. It was there, just at the edge of the clearing, its massive form half hidden by the shadows. It was watching me, its eyes fixed on the truck, on me. I reached down, grabbing the keys, my hands trembling as I shoved them into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I didn't waste a second. I threw it into gear, my foot slamming on the gas, the tires spinning in the dirt before catching. The The truck lurched forward, bouncing over the uneven ground, and I looked in the rearview mirror. The thing was still there, standing at the edge of the clearing, its dark form growing smaller as I sped away. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, my hands tight on the wheel, my whole body shaking. I didn't slow down until I was miles away, the forest nothing but a blur in the rearview mirror. My mind was still racing, trying to process what I had seen, what had happened. I pulled over to the side of the road, my hands still shaking, my chest tight. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, but the fear was still there. The image of that thing burned into my mind. I didn't know what it was, didn't want to know. All I knew was that it wasn't something natural. It wasn't something that should have been there, watching, following. I wiped a hand across my face, my skin cold and clammy, my breath still coming in shaky bursts. I sat there for a long time, the engine idling, the forest distant and dark in the rearview mirror. Eventually, I put the truck back in gear and pulled onto the road, driving away, leaving the river and the woods behind. I wasn't going back, not to that spot, not alone. Whatever was out there, it could stay there. I wasn't going to give it another chance to find me. The scream came at exactly midnight. Not an animal sound, not a human sound. Something between the two, but more powerful than either. My group of amateur astronomers froze in place. 20 people suddenly holding their breath. Even the crickets went silent. I'd been guiding stargazing tours for 15 years. Knew every sound in these mountains, every animal cry, every natural noise. This wasn't any of those. This was something else entirely. The night had started normally. Clear sky, new moon, perfect conditions for stargazing. My group arrived at the observation point at 11:30 p.m. Standard location, high ridge with good visibility in all directions. We'd just finished setting up the telescopes, 8 instruments total, all pointed at different celestial objects, standard equipment for a night sky tour. The participants were excited, eager to start observing. The scream echoed across the valley again, closer this time. My hands gripped my flashlight tight. The beam showed nothing but trees at the ridge edge, but something was down there, something big. "Everyone stay calm," I said. My voice sounded strange in my ears, too high, too tight. Probably just an elk. But I knew it wasn't. Knew it the way you know when something is fundamentally wrong. More sounds rose from the valley, heavy impacts, like trees falling but too rhythmic, too regular. Something massive was moving down there, moving with purpose. The smell hit us then, like wet fur and decay, strong enough to make eyes water. 3 people in my group vomited. Others covered their faces with shirts or jackets. Movement caught my flashlight beam. Something crossed between trees at the valley edge. Huge, walking upright, at least 8 feet tall. The arm swing matched its stride perfectly, natural. Fluid, more movement, 2 more figures, same size, same fluid motion. They worked in coordination, moving up the valley sides, surrounding our position. "Pack up," I ordered, "now, quickly but carefully." My voice cracked on the last word. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold night air. The group moved with panicked efficiency. Telescopes collapsed, cases snapped shut, equipment packed away. The sounds from the valley grew closer, those heavy, rhythmic impacts approaching from 3 directions. Another scream split the night, much closer. The sound had structure now, patterns, almost like speech, but impossibly deep. 2 more voices responded from different directions, complex vocalizations, clear communication. "Stay together," I said. My hands shook as I checked my GPS. The nearest ranger station was 4 miles away, 4 miles of dark trail between us and safety. The figures reached the ridge, 3 massive shadows moving at the edge of our light beams. Steam rose from their bodies in the cold air. Their breathing came deep and steady. like runners after a long sprint. They didn't approach directly, just paced at the edge of the light, watching, waiting. The smell grew stronger. Several more people threw up. One of the creatures moved closer, into the edge of our light. Dark hair covered its entire body. Massive muscles moved smoothly under the fur. Its hands flexed, each finger longer than my whole hand. "Back away slowly," I whispered. "Stay in a group. Move toward the trail." 20 people shuffled backward. Equipment cases clutched to chests. Whimpers and prayers mixed with the sound of feet on gravel. The creatures matched our movement, still not approaching directly, just maintaining their positions around us, herding us, directing our path. Something cracked under my foot. I looked down. A tree branch, not broken by weather or age, snapped clean through. Recent. The break pattern showed immense force applied in a single direction. More broken branches appeared as we backed away. Dozens of them. All snapped the same way, all arranged in clear patterns. X-shapes, parallel lines, complex configurations that showed obvious purpose. One of the creatures made that sound again. That deep, structured vocalization. The others responded. Different pitches, different patterns, like a conversation in some impossible language. We reached the trailhead. The creatures stopped at the tree line, just watching, steam rising from their bodies, that overwhelming smell filling the air. "Walk fast," I ordered. "Stay together. Don't run." My voice sounded steadier now, professional training taking over. Focus on the immediate, on keeping people safe. We moved down the trail in a tight group. The creatures paced us through the forest, never approaching, never falling behind, just maintaining that careful distance. Their footsteps shook the ground, each impact precise, deliberate. They moved faster than seemed possible for their size, keeping pace with 20 panicked humans on a mountain trail. The smell stayed with us, that mix of wet fur and decay. People kept gagging, kept stumbling. I forced them to maintain formation, to keep moving at a steady pace. More broken branches appeared along the trail. Fresh breaks, complex patterns. The creatures were marking our path, communicating something in a language of snapped wood and deliberate arrangements. The ranger station lights appeared after an hour, the longest hour of my 15-year guiding career. The creatures stopped at the edge of the illuminated area, still visible as massive shadows among the trees. We reached the station at 1:47 a.m. I counted heads, 20 tourists plus myself, all present, shaken but unhurt. The rangers took our statements, searched the area with spotlights. They found nothing, no footprints, no broken branches, no sign that anything unusual had happened. But the smell lingered, that overwhelming odor that made people vomit. It clung to our clothes for days. I filed my incident report, documented everything, the screams, the vocalizations, the coordinated movements, the branch arrangements, standard procedure for any unusual event. The report disappeared from the ranger station files. The statements vanished from official records. Even my personal notes went missing from my locked guide locker. 3 days later, I led another group to the same ridge, different people, different equipment, same location. The area looked completely normal, no broken branches, no signs of massive creatures moving through the trees. But something had changed. The wildlife patterns were different. No elk sign, no deer tracks. Even the small animals seemed to avoid the ridge now. The entire ecosystem had shifted to avoid that area. I modified my tour routes, stopped using that observation point, found other places to watch the stars, places closer to ranger stations, places with better escape routes. Yesterday, I received a request for a private stargazing tour. Good money, small group. They wanted to use the old ridge location. Said they'd heard it had the best views. I turned them down. Some experiences change how you see the world, shift your understanding of what's possible. What we encountered that night wasn't natural wildlife, wasn't anything that should exist. Those creatures showed intelligence, purpose, social coordination. They could have hurt us easily, could have trapped us on that ridge. Instead, they herded us to safety, protected their territory without causing harm. The rational part of my mind wants to investigate, to document, to prove what happened. But I remember the way they moved, the complexity of their communication, the deliberate way they erased their evidence. They don't want to be proven, don't want to be documented. They've survived this long by choosing when and where to reveal themselves, by controlling their interactions with humans. So I stay on main trails now, lead twilight nature walks instead of midnight star tours, keep my groups close to ranger stations and well-traveled areas. But sometimes, when I'm guiding, I catch myself listening for that sound, that impossible scream that echoes across mountain valleys, those deep, patterned vocalizations that carry through night air. They're still out there, still walking the ridges, still marking their territory with complex arrangements of broken branches, still communicating in voices that shouldn't exist. And they're watching, always watching, choosing when to remain hidden and when to reveal themselves, deciding who gets to witness their presence and who doesn't. My group was allowed to see them that night, allowed to experience their intelligence, their coordinated behavior, but not allowed to document it, not allowed to prove it. Some encounters have to remain unofficial. Some evidence has to stay hidden in missing reports and vanished statements, where massive figures walk upright through mountain forests, breaking branches in complex patterns, communicating in voices that defy explanation. I've managed this ranch in Idaho for 23 years. I know every sound, every animal track, every normal and abnormal thing that happens on these 5,000 acres. What began happening in October 2023 wasn't normal. I'm Ingrid Larson, and this is my official report of the events that started with our cattle acting strange. The first signs appeared on October 12th. Weather was clear, temperature 52 degrees Fahrenheit, light wind from the east, normal autumn conditions. I was doing my morning property check on horseback, standard routine. My horse, Thunder, has worked cattle for 12 years. He knows his job, knows the property, knows how to read animal behavior. That morning, he wouldn't go near the North Woods. Stopped dead, ears forward, muscles tense. I noticed the silence first. No birds, no insects, nothing moving in the underbrush. Complete stillness. In 23 years, I'd never heard that section of the ranch this quiet, not even during winter storms. The cattle were agitated. 30-head herd clustered tight in the corner of the pasture, far from the woods. They never bunch up like that, not without predators around. But this was different from wolf or bear behavior. I dismounted. Thunder wouldn't settle, kept snorting, pawing the ground. His ears stayed locked on the tree line. I took out my binoculars, standard ranch equipment, checked the wood's edge. The smell hit me first. Strong, musky, like wet dog fur, but wrong. Different, stronger than any animal scent I'd encountered. It made my eyes water, made my nose burn. The odor hung in the air like fog. Movement caught my eye, something large in the trees, dark-colored, moving upright. The height was wrong, too tall for a bear, too massive for a person. My estimate, 8 feet minimum, maybe taller. I'm not easily scared. 23 years of ranch work teaches you to stay calm. But my hands shook on the binoculars. My heart pounded against my ribs. Every instinct said this was wrong. Dangerous. The figure moved through the trees. Smooth motion, bipedal gait, long arms, massive shoulders, no neck visible. The head seemed to sit directly on the shoulders. The proportions were impossible for any known animal. Thunder backed up. His whole body trembled. I grabbed his reins, kept him steady, but he knew. He sensed it. Whatever was in those trees wasn't natural, wasn't normal, Wasn't anything he'd encountered before. The figure stayed in the shadows, just inside the tree line, moving parallel to the pasture. The motion was deliberate, calculated, like it was patrolling, checking the herd. This wasn't random animal movement. I counted 6 complete passes along the tree line, each pass identical. Same pace, same distance, same turning points. This was planned behavior, intentional. The cattle tracked its movement, stayed bunched, stayed away. The silence held. No birds returned, no insects, no small animals. The entire section of the ranch remained dead quiet, like everything was holding its breath, waiting, watching. At 0947 hours, the figure retreated deeper into the woods. The movement was quick, fluid. Something that size shouldn't move that fast, shouldn't move that quietly. But it did, disappeared like a shadow. I waited 30 minutes, standard ranch protocol for predator situations. The cattle stayed bunched, thunder stayed tense. The silence remained, the smell lingered, strong enough to taste. I approached the tree line, documented everything, photos with my phone, GPS coordinates marked, standard procedure for unusual activity. The evidence was clear in the soft ground. Footprints, huge prints, 18 inches long, 8 inches wide, 5 distinct toes, perfect bipedal walking pattern. The stride length between prints was 72 inches. No known animal makes tracks like that. The prints showed clear biomechanics, heel strike, roll to toe, natural bipedal gait. These weren't tracks from something occasionally walking upright. These were tracks from something adapted to walking on 2 legs. Found hair samples, caught on tree bark, dark brown, coarse, 4 to 5 inches long, not bear fur, not wolf, not from any animal I'd encountered in 23 years of ranch work. I collected samples in a plastic bag. The trees showed sign of repeated passage, broken branches at consistent height, 8 feet up, scuff marks on bark. This wasn't a one-time passing. This was a regular route, an established path. Over the next week, cattle started dying, not like normal predator kills, no blood, no struggle signs, just dead, massive hand-shaped bruises on their bodies, crushed ribs, broken necks, clean, quick, efficient. October 19th, found the first body, young steer, 800 pounds, neck broken, 1 clean break. The strength required was enormous, no sign of feeding, no bite marks, just killed and left, like a message. October 21st, 2 more dead. Same pattern, clean breaks, massive bruising, hand marks visible in the bruise patterns, too big for human hands, too precise for bare paws. Something else, something strong. October 23rd, 4 dead in one night, all killed the same way. No blood, no feeding, just broken. The cattle were terrified, wouldn't leave the barn, wouldn't graze near the woods. They knew, they remembered. I set up game cameras, standard Reckonix units, motion-triggered, infrared capability, placed them along the tree line, covered every approach, started recording 24/7. The footage was disturbing. Night of October 25th. Camera 3 caught it clear. Large figure, 8 feet tall minimum, moving through the pasture. The infrared showed muscle definition under thick fur, natural movement. This wasn't a costume. The subject approached to steer. Quick movement, efficient, 1 hand on the muzzle, 1 on the neck, clean break. The strength was incredible. The precision was worse. This wasn't animal killing. This was execution. Camera 4 caught the face. Clear image, flat nose, heavy brow, no neck. The head sat directly on massive shoulders. The eyes reflected the infrared, showed intelligence, awareness, purpose. The movement patterns were consistent, same route each night, same killing method, same disposal pattern. This wasn't random predation. This was systematic, organized, intentional. I hired ranch hands to patrol, set up floodlights, installed more cameras. Nothing helped. The killing continued. Always at night, always the same method. always leaving the bodies as messages. October 30th. Camera 7 caught multiple subjects, 3 distinct figures, same size, same build, working together, coordinated movement. They herded cattle like professionals, knew exactly what they were doing. The larger one seemed in charge, directed the others with hand signals, complex gestures, clear communication. The others responded instantly, perfect coordination. This was organized behavior, social hierarchy. They killed 6 cattle that night, each kill clean, efficient, no wasted movement, no feeding, just systematic execution. Then they disappeared into the woods, moved like shadows, silent, quick, gone. The ranch hands quit, couldn't handle it, couldn't face what the cameras showed, couldn't explain what was happening. 20 years of cattle experience meant nothing against this. I stayed, kept documenting, kept recording. The pattern expanded. They started taking cattle, dragging them into the woods. The bodies never found, no trace, no tracks beyond the tree line, nothing. November 5th, last straw. They took 12 cattle in one night. Coordinated operation, perfect execution. The cameras caught everything, the strength, the intelligence, the organization, everything. I submitted reports to local authorities, showed them the footage, the photos, the samples, everything documented, everything time-stamped, everything verified. The official response, unexplained livestock deaths. But the evidence exists, the camera footage exists, the hair samples exist, the footprints exist. Something intelligent hunts on this ranch, something organized, something that thinks, something that plans. Other ranchers reported similar incidents, always the same pattern, always the same killing method, always the same level of organization, always the same type of message being sent. I've kept the cameras running, kept collecting evidence, kept documenting everything. The activity continues, different patterns now, different times, but always showing the same intelligence, the same purpose. That's my report. Those are my observations. Everything documented, everything verified. Make your own conclusions. But remember, I've managed this ranch for 23 years. I know what's normal. I know what's natural, and this isn't either of those things. End report. Ingrid Larson, Ranch Manager, Twin Peaks Ranch, Idaho. The first X structure appeared at dawn. 2 young pine trees, bent and woven together with impossible precision, each trunk stripped of branches where they crossed. The construction showed clear purpose, clear intelligence. In 20 years of studying bear behavior, I'd never seen anything like it. I found it during a routine population survey, standard research work, checking trail cameras, documenting signs of bear activity, normal morning in Glacier National Park. The structure stood about 3 meters high. The trees weren't broken. They were bent, shaped, woven together while still alive and growing. The work required enormous strength. And something else. Something that made my hands shake as I documented the find. It required planning, engineering, the kind of forward thinking that shouldn't exist in any known species. My camera clicked rapidly as I circled the structure. Standard research protocol. Document everything. A sound echoed through the trees. Heavy footsteps, moving with purpose, coming toward my position. My heart rate doubled instantly. Sweat formed on my palms despite the morning chill. I ducked behind the X structure. The footsteps grew closer. Not the random pattern of a bear, not the careful steps of an elk. These were deliberate, rhythmic, like a person walking but much heavier. Movement caught my eye. Something massive passed between 2 trees 50 meters away, walking upright, at least 8 feet tall, covered in dark hair. The arm swing matched its stride perfectly, natural, fluid. My breath came in short gasps, had to control it, had to stay quiet. The creature moved with obvious purpose, stopping at young trees, testing their flexibility, selecting specific ones. More sounds approached from behind me. Different rhythm. 2 sets of footsteps. Heavy, deliberate, moving in coordination with the first creature. They were working together, building together. The smell hit me then, like wet fur and decay, strong enough to make my eyes water. One of the creatures passed within 10 meters of my position, close enough to see the muscle definition through its thick hair, the way its hands moved with obvious dexterity. They communicated in low vocalizations, not growls, not roars, complex sounds, rhythmic patterns, different pitches, different tempos, like a language but deeper than any human voice could produce. I watched them work, had to document it. My camera clicked silently. The creatures selected young trees with care, tested each one, communicated about their choices in those impossible voices. Their strength was incredible. They bent thick trunks like saplings, wove branches together with precise movements, created complex joints that would allow the trees to continue growing in their new shapes. The work continued for hours. More X structures appeared, each one perfectly aligned with the others, creating a pattern visible only from above. My hands shook as I sketched the layout in my notebook. They weren't just markers. They were signs, communication, a language written in living wood. The pattern stretched for half a kilometer through the forest, each structure added with deliberate purpose. Near one of the X structures, I found something else. Fruit remains, wild berries and crab apples, but not torn apart like bear feeding signs. These were carefully sorted, toxic varieties separated from edible ones. The creatures knew which plants were safe, knew their properties, showed the kind of botanical knowledge that takes generations to accumulate and pass down. A deep vocalization echoed nearby, too close. My hands fumbled with the camera, had to document this, had to get proof. The memory card was nearly full. Movement in the canopy caught their attention. All 3 looked up simultaneously, moved with shocking speed for their size, disappeared into the forest without a sound. Complete silence fell. I stayed hidden, counted my breaths. 100, 200, 300. The forest remained silent. No bird calls, no squirrel chatters, nothing. Finally, I had to move, had to check the structures, document everything properly. My legs shook as I stood. Hands trembled as I approached the nearest X. The engineering was incredible. Each joint precisely shaped, each bend calculated for maximum strength. The trees would survive, would continue growing in these new forms. The structures were meant to be permanent. More X markers became visible as I looked around. Some fresh, others weeks or months old. The older ones showed signs of maintenance, regular adjustments to accommodate new growth. This wasn't random behavior, wasn't simple territory marking. This was long-term planning, engineering that showed understanding of plant growth patterns, of structural stability, of complex communication. My camera died suddenly, brand new batteries, full charge that morning, but now completely dead. My phone showed no power, GPS unit dark, every piece of electronic equipment failed simultaneously. A deep vocalization echoed through the forest. Close, too close. I shoved my notebook in my pocket, started running. The sounds followed, not pursuing directly, paralleling my path. They herded me away from the X structures, away from their territory. Multiple creatures moving through the forest with incredible speed and coordination. I ran until my legs gave out, until my lungs burned, until I couldn't hear those heavy footsteps anymore. Found myself back on a marked trail, stumbled to my research vehicle. The drive back to the research station passed in a blur. My hands shook on the steering wheel. The smell lingered in my clothes, that mix of wet fur and decay. I could still smell it. 3 days later, I went back. Had to. My research equipment was expensive. The documentation was crucial. I brought 2 other biologists with me. Told them I'd found unusual bear sign. We never found the X structures. The bent trees had vanished. No markers, no patterns, no sign that anything unusual had ever existed in that part of the forest. My colleagues searched the area thoroughly, found nothing strange, just normal forest. But I knew what I'd seen, knew what I'd documented in my notebook. The photos were gone from my camera when the battery mysteriously started working again. The notebook pages containing my sketches and observations vanished. Every piece of electronic evidence corrupted or deleted. I finished my bear population survey. Had to. My professional reputation depended on it. But I stayed on marked trails, worked only during peak daylight hours, kept my vehicle within running distance. The vocalizations haunted me, the way they communicated, coordinated their movements, the obvious intelligence behind their actions, the complexity of those woven structures. I've been back to Glacier many times since then. The work demands it. But I don't do solo research anymore. Don't venture deep into unmarked forest. Don't study anything that requires long periods alone among the trees. Yesterday, I received a new research grant, another wildlife study, better funding than my usual projects. Different park but similar work. The project manager mentioned unusual territorial markers, unexplained patterns in the forest. I turned it down. Some discoveries aren't meant to be documented. Some evidence isn't meant to be collected. The creatures I encountered that day showed clear intelligence, clear purpose. They could have stopped me easily, could have prevented my escape. Instead, they herded me away, protected their territory without causing harm, showed a level of sophistication that still shakes my understanding of what's possible. The scientific part of my mind wants to go back, to document, to prove what I saw. But I remember the way they moved, the coordination of their actions, the deliberate way they erase their evidence. They don't want to be studied, don't want to be documented. They've survived this long by choosing when and where to reveal themselves, by controlling their interactions with humans. So I stay on marked trails now, study normal bear behavior in accessible areas, places with cell service and regular human traffic. But sometimes, when I'm checking trail cameras or documenting bear signs, I catch myself looking up, looking for those structures, those impossible X-shapes woven from living trees. They're still out there, still moving through the forest, still building their complex markers, still communicating in those deep rhythmic voices that echo through the trees. And they're watching, always watching, choosing when to remain hidden and when to reveal themselves, deciding who gets to see their work and who doesn't. I was allowed to witness them that day, allowed to see their intelligence, their engineering skill, but not allowed to document it, not allowed to prove it. Some discoveries have to remain unpublished. Some evidence has to stay hidden in missing notebooks and corrupted photos, where massive figures walk upright through mountain forests, bending trees into impossible shapes, communicating in voices that defy explanation. My name is Klaus Weber. I'm a senior researcher specializing in spotted owl populations in the Pacific Northwest. 20 years of field experience, PhD in ornithology from University of Berlin. What I recorded during my nocturnal observation session on November 12, 2023, defies conventional scientific explanation. Location, Olympic National Forest. Elevation, 3,200 feet. Remote study area. No registered hiking trails within 5 miles. I was conducting standard owl census work from an elevated observation platform. Height, 40 feet above ground level. Equipment setup was comprehensive. Professional audio recording gear. Parabolic microphone array. Night vision optics. Motion-triggered cameras. Everything calibrated for nocturnal wildlife observation. Weather conditions were ideal. Temperature, 45 degrees Fahrenheit. No wind. High cloud cover. No moon. perfect conditions for owl activity monitoring. I'd been on station since sunset, 1645 hours. The first anomaly occurred at 0217 hours. Complete cessation of all owl calls. Abrupt silence, no warning, no gradual decrease, just instant, total quiet. In 20 years of fieldwork, I'd never experienced this. My recording equipment confirmed it. All frequencies silent, no background insect noise, no small mammal movement, no wind in trees, complete acoustic darkness. The forest had gone dead. I checked my instruments, everything functional, power levels normal, recording systems active. The silence wasn't equipment failure. Something had caused every nocturnal creature to stop making sound simultaneously. At 0223 hours, first contact, deep vocalization, frequency range 15 to 35 Hz, below normal owl range, below any known forest species range. The sound came from ground level, approximately 100 meters northwest. My hands shook adjusting the directional microphone. Heart rate elevated, skin cold with sweat despite thermal gear. But my scientific training held. I kept the equipment pointed, kept recording. The vocalization pattern was structured, 3 long calls, 2 short, pause, repeat, perfect timing, perfect rhythm. This wasn't random animal noise, this was communication, intentional, organized. At 0225 hours, response call, different location, 200 meters northeast, same frequency range, different pattern, 2 long calls, 3 short, pause. The coordination was precise, call and response, clear interaction, movement below my platform, heavy footsteps, bipedal gait pattern. The impacts vibrated the tree trunk. Something massive was moving through the forest, something that walked on 2 legs. Through night vision optics, I observed the subject. Height estimate, 2.4 meters minimum. Mass estimate, 180 kilograms minimum. Bipedal stance, natural gait. The movement was wrong for any known species. The subject stopped below my platform, looked up, direct eye contact through the optics. The face was clear, flat nose, heavy brow, no visible neck. Features wrong for any known primate species. My platform was rated for 500 pounds. The tree swayed as the subject gripped it. The movement was controlled, deliberate, testing, checking stability, showing clear analytical behavior. I remained still, controlled my breathing, kept the cameras running. Sweat froze on my face in the cold air. My heart pounded so hard I feared the sound would carry. But I maintained scientific protocol. Second subject appeared. Similar size, similar features, different locomotion pattern, possibly female. They communicated with low-frequency vocalizations, clear social interaction, complex exchange. The patterns shifted, became more elaborate, 3-way communication, 4-way, different locations, different rhythms, but coordinated, organized, like a conversation in a language I couldn't understand. The subjects moved with purpose, checked specific trees, specific locations. This wasn't random movement. This was systematic search behavior. They were looking for something, working together. At 0241 hours they found it. Spotted owl nest site, one of my study subjects. The largest figure reached up. Casual movement, casual strength. Pulled down a branch from 15 feet up. No effort, no strain. The owl didn't move, didn't flee. Sat frozen. Terror response. The subject examined the bird. Careful movements, gentle manipulation, showing clear understanding of handling live creatures. The examination lasted 6 minutes. Precise, methodical. They checked wingspan, checked talons, checked beak, like scientists conducting field research. Then they released it, placed it back exactly as found. The behavior showed clear intelligence, understanding of scientific process. They were studying the owl, documenting in their own way. This wasn't animal curiosity. This was research. Throughout the encounter, they ignored my platform, knew I was there. made eye contact multiple times, but chose not to interact, like scientists avoiding interference with a subject under observation. The subjects departed at 0252 hours. Coordinated movement, clear direction, purpose. They weren't wandering, they were following a research protocol, working through a planned study area. I maintained position until dawn, standard research procedure. The normal forest sounds resumed at 0445 hours. Gradual return, first insects, then small mammals, finally owl calls, nature's hierarchy restoring itself. At first light, I examined the ground. The evidence was clear. Footprints, 45 centimeters long, 20 centimeters wide, perfect bipedal pattern. Stride length, 180 centimeters, consistent with observed subjects. The track showed clear biomechanics, natural bipedal gait. These weren't marks from something occasionally walking upright. These were prints from organisms evolved for bipedal locomotion. Found hair samples, multiple locations, dark brown, coarse texture, 10 to 12 centimeters long, not from any known species. Collected samples according to research protocols, proper documentation, proper storage. The owl's branch showed evidence, clear finger marks, precise grip points. The strength needed to pull it down would exceed 500 pounds. The control needed to avoid damage would require advanced motor skills. I examined my recordings. The audio analysis was revealing. The vocalizations showed structure, grammar, syntax, the hallmarks of actual language, not just communication, actual complex language. The frequency patterns were consistent, reproducible. Different subjects used the same sounds for the same concepts. This wasn't random noise. This was organized, learned communication. The video analysis showed more. Clear social hierarchy, organized research methodology. The subjects worked together like a trained field research team. Everyone knew their role, their purpose. I submitted my findings to 3 universities, provided all evidence, recordings, videos, physical samples, everything documented to research standards. The response was predictable. Insufficient data, inconclusive evidence. But the recordings exist. The samples exist. The evidence exists. Something intelligent operates in these forests. Something that studies, that learns, that communicates, that organizes. Other researchers have reported similar encounters, always at night, always showing the same characteristics, always demonstrating the same level of intelligence and organization, always conducting what appears to be research. I've continued my owl studies, maintained my observation posts, improved my recording equipment. The encounters continue, different patterns, different times, but always showing the same level of intelligence, the same purpose. The subjects return to my study areas regularly, check the same owl nests, take the same measurements, record the same data in their way. They're conducting long-term population studies, just like me. I've documented 12 more encounters, different locations, different times, but always the same methodology, the same organization, the same scientific approach. These aren't random encounters. This is organized research. That's my report. Those are my observations. Everything documented to scientific standards. All evidence preserved and analyzed. Make your own conclusions. But remember, I'm a professional researcher with 20 years of field experience. I know how to document and verify scientific observations, and I know what I've recorded in these forests. End report. Klaus Weber, PhD Senior Researcher, Pacific Northwest Owl Study Project.